clearly very good at working in. And it'd also probably just be good for Overwatch in general because, I mean, they worked on Marvel Rivals, and right now that's the bigger, better game. So, to me, it seems like a no-brainer if you're Blizzard. Apparently, the team's not very big either. I've seen reports that it was 6 people, roughly like around 6 people, that were laid off. That was the whole NA branch for Marvel Rivals. So it wouldn't even be like an extremely expensive endeavor if Blizzard wanted to hire all of them for Overwatch 2. I think it might be worth it. I think that'd be kind of a power move. But anyway, I still find this to just be trash. I still just do not like this. The video game industry is in such a bad spot. You can't even have a successful game without also losing your job, apparently. It just doesn't make sense. And I know it's not exclusive to the video game industry. You see this a lot, especially in Hollywood. Hollywood does this from time to time where something is an extreme smash success, and some of the people that brought it to life get fucking scraps. They get morsels, less than that sometimes. So I know it's not exclusive to video games, but we are seeing it in a big way for this industry. It is happening all the time. So not the most positive news coming out here for Marvel Rivals, which is a real shame. And I just want to talk about it a bit. That's it. See ya. Crypto scam! Did I scare you? I should have. Hopefully put the fear of God deep in your soul for that. Crypto scams are the main jump scare that people are falling for time and time again. It's more contagious than the cold at this point. It is happening.
Malaysian 3.
Decided to wait until Monday to see if I could get a hold of the lawyer myself. So right off the bat, I have not gotten a hold of the lawyer myself. But I want to give you guys an update on what has happened here. If you've been following my social media, you've been probably wondering what's been going on. So first, I'm going to give an overview, and then I will go through some of the messages and what have you that I received, so that you guys can know that, you know, whatever's real or not. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to show some clips that we've got around Edward Sealand's case that we were kind of looking at, just so you guys can understand the context to it. So right off the bat, Saturday morning or maybe Friday evening, I got a direct message from somebody. Just for the record, to direct message me, you have to be one of my followers. Or I'm sorry, I have to follow you. So most people can't direct message me. Now, I do follow like 6,000 people, but I primarily only follow people that repost my content or like say something nice or in supportive of what we're trying to do. So the fact they could message me was like, okay, they're probably a strong follower of mine. And they claimed that they got in touch with Lynn's lawyer. What? You guys know I've been saying on podcasts, I've been trying to get in touch with Lynn's lawyers. And I've been unsuccessful. So my initial response was bullshit. No way. I basically told them bullshit. And I'm going to like read to you exactly what I wrote. And I'm probably not going to show my DMs unless it becomes like a whole big thing where people don't believe me, whatever. But the reason why is just because I accidentally show private information like way too much. And I'm trying not to. So the person's name is Seal Morningstar. Okay. And yeah, this is actually the first time. They've never messaged me before. And they said, Ashton, this was Saturday. So Saturday, 3:39 p.m. I just spoke to Larry D. Youngner, the former lawyer representing Edward Lynn. A stereoscopic 3D satellite video actually was part of the case evidence produced. This is not a prank in all capitals. So I don't think I saw that right away. And then they sent another message saying, at 4:44, so an hour later, as soon as I started to say what crucial piece of evidence I was interested in, a stereoscopic satellite video, he cut me off and said, I understand exactly what piece of evidence you're talking about, and that he would forward the question I had to Lynn. I'm going to show you, I'm going to show this part. I didn't even realize he sent me all this. Truthfully, chat, I'm not going to lie to you. I don't really look at my DMs that much. I like kind of look at them, but I don't really read all of them. You guys have to realize I have so much stuff to like go through on a daily basis. So please don't be offended by that. But I am going to show you here what I'm talking about. This doesn't have any, there's no personal information in this. So this was the first message I got from this guy. The reason why you don't see the star. Oh, this was why they were saying that the Joe Rogan thing didn't have the button next to his name. Because what I did was, if you scroll down and take a screenshot on desktop, it like makes it look all weird like that. Okay. There you go. And then you can see my response. So I did actually, you know, you can see I checked my messages and then I responded. I seriously doubt that. Like, I didn't believe this for even 1 second. Because people will send stuff and you just, you know, seems like bullshit. You're just like, okay, no way. And the reason why is because I already spoke to his lawyers like a year ago, and I called them back again a few months ago, back in like October. And although I didn't talk to the lawyer, I talked to the law firm that was representing him that Youngner used to work for. He left that firm, and their aides spoke with the lawyers directly and said that they couldn't talk to me at all unless Edward Lynn gave them permission. Now, so you're caught up to speed. Now we're at that part, okay? So I ignore it. So then I get all these messages, and I don't check my messages until like probably 11 o'clock at night. I actually was playing Fallout. I was playing Fallout 4, and I go back to my messages, and I see these follow-ups from it. He says, I didn't record the conversation, but I have 2 voicemails from him. And he sent me one of the voicemails. I'm staring at it right here in my DMs. I'm not going to play the voicemail because A, he's already posted the voicemail publicly. I'll let you listen to the public voicemail. And the voicemail that he posted publicly is edited. They edited out a certain part in there that has some personal information about Mr. Youngner. And the version that I have in my DMs is the unedited version. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So then I went, oh, okay, because I heard the voicemail. Now let's just listen to it right now. Did he make a post or just a reply? Oh, man. I don't even think he made a post. I think he just replied with it. Hold on. Oh, here it is. No. So everyone's wondering, is he legit? Well, while I'm looking for this, I actually can't find it at the moment. It's somewhere. I have one more spot to look for it. Whether or not the Twitter user is legit, that doesn't really matter, because when you listen to the voice of the person in the voicemail is Larry Youngner. It's him. And I'll just go ahead and say that I tried to call him first thing on Sunday morning, and nobody picked up. And I left a message for him. And it was him on his voicemail when I left a message. And I cross-referenced the phone number with his name, and there was a hit. So it's absolutely Larry Youngner, the lawyer of Edward Lynn. So, where are we at right now? And I'm going to pull that up so you guys can listen to it. So, I assume that... Here it is. I'll get you caught up right after we share this. Let me just make sure I'm not sharing anything here. Okay, that should be fun. Just as one more update, no, if you're late, no, I have not talked to the lawyer personally yet. But I'll explain my thought process after we listen to this in terms of why I've done what I've done.
I received a phone call from you regarding Eddie Lynn. I'm calling you on Friday, the 14th of February. It's about 5.
So that's Valentine's Day.
5:37 Eastern.
5:37 Eastern time. By the way, that's the lawyer's voice. Like 100%, that's the lawyer. He has a very unique cadence to the way he speaks. And once I play the other clip I have of him, you'll be able to tell that's him.
We can try to set up a time tomorrow afternoon, Saturday, or next week to discuss your questions on behalf of Eddie or with Eddie. Again, my number 7, Colonel Retired Larry Youngner. Thank you.
Holy shit, chat. Even listening to it is like... I don't even know, man. The way he says Eddie, 100% it's him. 100%. If it, like, guys, yeah, I guess it's hard for people who are outsiders to understand if you haven't really been researching as much as we have for the last year and a half. But we know that all his family and friends called him Eddie Lynn. So, like, his lawyer calling him Eddie Lynn, like, that's actually his lawyer. You just heard his voice on there. So I heard that, and I'm just like, oh my god, like, what? You actually talked? And here's the kicker. By the time this conversation happened on Saturday night with this guy on Twitter, he had already spoken to the lawyer on Saturday. He had already spoken to him. He had already spoken to the lawyer. So everything had already, like, happened. And he's claiming, now this is the part where he's claiming this, so we have to take this with a pinch of salt. But his story kind of adds up with the way he describes it, is that, as I mentioned in the first post, he said he asked the lawyer about the stereoscopic satellite video. Now, this actually is interesting. This is one of those misconceptions that I say about you guys, where, like, you guys don't quite understand the nuance of the case as much as, like, me, for example. Which is, like, the fact that this right here is the... If you go look at the Wayback Machine, this is what you find. But, like, there's the widescreen version of it that I normally show is also out there. Like, it's hard to describe, but they're both uploaded on the same channel, like, in the archive, in the Wayback Machine. So this one is actually stereoscopic. Like, you can literally turn this into 3D, which is amazing, because if the original was stereoscopic...
Hi there. How's your day going? My day's going very, very, very excellent.
No such thing as a stereoscopic military fake
I mean,
hoax
literally,
video.
it could not go
People
back.
gotta, like,
You know, I
really
died
check themselves
earlier.
with that. But at the same time, who
in
cares?
level
I don't
10.
care about that.
Right here, when I was auto running, I was auto running here, and apparently there's a bunch of elite mobs there, and I got two-shot them when I was alt tab in level 10. But I'm already level 8. We're already getting back into it. We're completely fucking locked in, tuned in, shocked up. I'm having a taco date tomorrow with a hot Asian MILF. Like, I mean, I'm just at this point we're just manifesting. It's not even about how's your day going. It's like the question is, how much are you manifesting? And the answer to that is absolutely fucking everything. Okay.
Is that apparently he just...
That's how my day is going. How's your day going?
Full post here. He knew what the video... basically, like, the guy's context is that it sounds like he knew exactly what video he was talking about. But, like, yeah, I think it was pretty much just the first... Yeah, so the other thing he told me that he didn't tell you guys yesterday... He confirmed the satellite video, but he never said the word stereoscopic. He says, I told the word stereoscopic. He said he didn't correct me on that, though. So the way the conversation seems to have gone down is that he said, hey, you know, what can you tell me about stereoscopic satellite video? Okay, here we go. Here's the full story this guy said. Now, keep in mind, guys, this guy has only told this story in DMs to me. So if you were to catch him in a lie out there saying something contrary to this,
I'm going to have to... clean the
apartment
this
guy also
thoroughly.
Larry Youngner did not
thoroughly,
stay
and
stereoscopic
my sleep schedule is fucked up, so I'm gonna be when she comes over, I'm gonna be completely fucking out of it. But
I spoke to Larry Youngner, the lawyer that formerly represented Lieutenant Commander Edward Lynn. I said I was interested in confirming from Lynn authenticity of evidence in the case.
Your day's good
he
too.
said there was a lot of evidence, a lot of which is publicly available.
Very happy to hear it.
He said he wanted more info on me though, and who I'm working for. I quickly told him what crucial piece of evidence I was interested in.
Getting back into it.
A stereoscopic satellite video. And he interrupted me mid-sentence and said, I understand exactly what piece of video evidence you're talking about.
Where are you from? I'm from Sweden.
There was a satellite video evidence the feds brought into the case.
Malmo. Malmo mentality.
And that he would surely try to forward
Greater
my
Copenhagen
question
area. We don't
Lynn
call it
to
that.
him or
We
his
don't call it
sister,
that. But I mean,
quickly and completely forgetting his query into my background.
Fucking. Buff, that was my mind right now.
I had to screenshot this too.
The planets are aligned. The planets were aligning yesterday. Like I felt it. I haven't been able to sleep properly and stuff, but I'm still feeling good. Like it's crazy. Inventory full. Wait.
Shit is getting real, chat. There
It's getting real. You hear my boy Ashton here, man.
Faith, soap, and charity.
We're disclosing free
Thank
energy
you for
technology to the entire fucking
us
world.
on this journey with you.
Straight from the fucking
this
ether.
is part of the reason why I'm doing
Teleporting
what I'm doing.
planes.
Some people
Cloaking
say,
planes,
why are you showing
blowing
all
up
this?
planes.
Like,
I don't know what
there
the
are a
fuck
lot
I'm
of
doing with this
people that would just
Let's
sit
be
on
completely
this
honest.
or what have you. But part of it, this journey is us doing it together, all of you guys,
I do know we're
at the same
manifesting.
time, in real time.
That's the thing.
And the other part of it is it needs to be airtight in terms of there can be no way anyone can claim that I was pranking this or making this up or anything related to any of the stuff that's happening. There has to be no way that anybody can make up a story like that. And the only way to accomplish that is I have to show all my cards face up on the table all the time throughout the whole process of this story, start to finish. And if that means that it may be difficult for me to now talk to Larry Youngner because I've had this live stream or what have you, shown this stuff, doesn't matter. We have to go about it this way. And if he's out there listening, please, sir, my only intentions, I have to know the truth. I have to know if I know Edward Lynn leaked the videos. I just need him to tell me. And I don't even need him to tell me. I don't need him to violate his NDA. I just needed him to tell me where he was on March 8th, 2014. I just need him to tell me about MH370. That's it. Just need to have a normal conversation with him. There are ways where we can communicate that will not violate any agreements that he signed as part of his plea deal. That's why it's vitally important, because the reality is I can help Edward Lynn. I can help him. He might not think I can help him, but I can help him. Social media is the #1 weapon. It's kryptonite. Social media is kryptonite to the
Let's
deep
fucking put
state.
on the glasses and fucking. Let's just go full.
The
Ashton
one
for
thing that
now.
makes
Can we
it
do that?
difficult for them to establish
fucking
fake narratives and lies
Professor Victor in this
is
bitch.
social media and authenticity. I can protect Edward Lynn.
Let's fucking.
I can protect him.
We can protect you.
And they're not going to do anything to him
They're not gonna
while
hurt
I'm
you.
looking for him. Because if anything were to happen to him, this whole thing's going to go crazy.
Yeah.
If anything happened to Edward Lynn, I would literally go to the crime scene and I would live there for as long as the investigation went, cataloging every single piece of evidence and anything related to whatever happened to him.
Absolute king, Ashton. I'm there
You know
with
what I'm saying? You're going to get caught.
I'm right there with you.
So if stuff like this happens, and then the other side of it is this, is that, thank you very much for this donation, by the way. We don't need PIs at the moment, and I don't want you guys all going rogue either. I don't want you guys going rogue. The more people that are out there harassing these people, that's the last thing in the world that I want. What I want, if you do want to help, and you are insistent in doing so, what I want is for you to put me in direct touch with Edward Lynn's sister, or the lawyer, or himself. That's it. That's all I want. I don't need you guys to go there. I mean, you can do whatever you want, but that's all I want. Okay? I need to hear it from them directly, so that I can say that the videos are real and this is all real and we've proven it, whatever, right? That's what I need. Now, what was I gonna say? So, yeah, because this is something that's so huge, this is the other reason why it must be fully transparent. There's no egg disclosure bullshit that we're doing right here, right? This is a real UFO whistleblower, Edward Lynn is. The fact that the lawyer said that satellite video was brought into the case by the feds.
Big.
You guys not, like, if that's real, if the lawyer really said that, game over.
Game over.
I don't need any, but that's all I need to hear. If he's willing to say that, That's enough to prove the videos are real. Do you guys realize that?
Do you realize
no
that?
one knew satellite video existed when
That's enough to prove the whole thing is real.
that it
And
did.
I mean, it's all happening in real time. Holy shit.
In October of 2020.
How can everything be happening in real time?
When we first discovered satellite video that was actually real.
Actually,
no one knew whammy footage existed until like 4 months ago.
4 months
unless you were literally
manifesting reality into reality, literally, figuratively speaking.
And the lawyers just randomly saying that the feds brought satellite video into the case. The debunkers still don't understand how satellite video works. Today, right now, they still don't understand it. They think you're looking through optical telescopes and it's taking pictures while it's flying at 17,000 miles an hour. Well, I mean,
17,000.
Technically, it might be. But the way that it's producing the video is not that way at all. It's producing those videos using software, rendering them together. So, guys, that's just such a huge revelation.
Massive.
So, and if he's willing to say that, then
tremendous.
Why he needs to talk to me? Edward Lynn needs to talk to me. If Edward Lynn doesn't have an NDA or something, if Edward Lynn comes out as a whistleblower, he's a real UFO whistleblower. Real one.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if the videos aren't aliens, that actually works out better. Because the number one question everyone's going to say is, where did we get that technology from? They're going to say, you're telling me we've got plasma orbs that can circle around in a triangle formation and make the planes teleport away. It's a little bit beyond what we call human technology at the moment. Right? You get what I'm saying? Yeah, the bingo card's filling up quickly. Okay, so you guys heard his voice. I want to play, before people start to forget what his voice sounds like, I want to play this other clip of him. So there's only like one clip of his voice.
We've maintained that he was never a spy. I was quite concerned when the case started that someone attributed to government sources that Lieutenant Commander Lynn had been spying for China or had allegedly traded sex for secrets. That was never the case. What this did was set the record straight. Eddie Lynn had never spied against the United States. He had no intention ever to harm the United States or to help a foreign country.
What? Chat. I cannot be more certain on this. I cannot be more certain. I don't know how I'm the only one who sees it. How is there not media hounding people to figure out?
You're manifesting that shit, Ashton.
How are people really
You're so
trying
fucking
to gaslight
guys,
people to
Ashton,
say that Edward Lynn's not?
We are so unbelievably fucking over target. They can't.
The lawyer just said
you have to get us
there was never any evidence he was spying. This was never sex for secrets.
No,
that was all complete bullshit.
Horseshit.
And yet, so let's just figure out all the evidence that we were told supposedly exists that this guy's a spy was all bullshit. All bullshit.
Big
and yet,
only.
Even after the plea deal, did he get a slap on the wrist? No.
No.
They went all in on him.
All in.
9 years in prison.
Jeez.
For 2 charges of dissemination of classified information. And when he appealed it,
what happened?
They said it doesn't matter that it's disproportionate to what other people got. What you did was super serious. And it was.
That's what they said, guys.
When they reviewed what it was that Edward Lynn did, it triggered a national security alert at the highest levels of the Pentagon. Let me say that again.
Say it
For
again.
The people that are still trying to sow some bullshit that Edward Lynn, like, he was just sleeping with some prostitute, telling her secrets or some crap like that. No, you don't go to prison for 9 years for telling your mistress some rumors. It has to be hard evidence. Nothing else could be that damaging. So, what is it that he leaked that damaged national security, that everyone was looking into him like that? And why did nobody really look? And then why is the lawyer saying that they brought satellite video into the case? Whatever he did, he got those videos out. And what I'd be very curious to find out. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I thanked you for this. Truth teller. Thank you very much, sir. Or ma'am. I want to know his side of the story on it. The reason is this, guys. I've never been a person here I've never been the person that said this is exactly how it went down. I'm not like that one guy who says the Galactic Federation took the plane and they're in cahoots with the government or whatever, that he pretends to know exactly how everything's happened. I've never been that person. What I've said is, here's the evidence. The only story that makes sense to me is an espionage event, but there could be a rescue element to it. Seems extremely unlikely. And that's just based on the evidence. But what I'd want to know is, like, when Edward Lin was there that night, was this actually a rescue operation, or was he part of some covert operation that was teleporting the plane away? Who knows? Maybe he'll say that blue aliens took the plane away. Who knows? I want to hear his side of the story. That's what I want to hear. And then I also want to hear of, like, what was the overall story? What happened with this plane? Like, how close were we on we set the fire and blah blah blah? And how did the videos leak? How did because I can't really explain it, but I don't think Edward Lin directly leaked the videos. I think that Edward Lin showed somebody the videos, and then that person leaked them or something like that.
Yeah, it's something like that.
And it seems like the kind of thing where, like, he recorded them because he cropped all the other stuff out, and he wanted to, like, show his buddy how the aliens might have zapped the plane away or something. And he was like, hey, I was on this spy plane and the alien zapped the plane away, right? And then the buddy immediately posted online because the buddy's like, that's the missing airliner, right? That's kind of how I feel like it played out, but I'd want to hear his perspective on, like, what happened, because it felt like when you look into his case, it seems like he got kind of caught off guard. Like, he didn't think he did anything wrong.
What is it?
And then he finds out, oh, yeah, I'm screwed. He's like, oh, yeah, I'm screwed. I did, like, the worst possible thing. So we'll see. And I feel like I feel like I've nailed it here. I don't know how else to say it. It's not a matter of ego or hubris, or it's just like somehow just old school investigative journalism. And what I'll tell you guys, I'm actually starting to get afraid that I'm actually right. For the first time, I'm actually afraid that I'm right.
Good, that's good. That's good.
Haven't you always said you're right? Mostly. Not always, but for a long time now, I've known that the videos are real. But to actually, like, be on the precipice where it becomes, like, real, where you have, like, a person who's willing to actually say that they leaked the videos and they're actually the person that leaked them, just like you suspected. Because the implications of those videos, like, I know we joke around a lot. I know we do memes a lot and what have you. But that's just to achieve our goal. Our goal is disclosure on our terms and free energy for everybody. But man, the implications of this being real are very big. No, I've always been scared for the person who's there. Who's saying that? I've always been scared. Well, I'm the guy telling you guys that this is a doomsday weapon and that this is the end of the world. I enjoy living on this planet. I don't want it to end immediately. So the question for me then is, like, how quickly after this becomes public knowledge is the world destroyed? 10 years? 100 years? 10 months? 10 minutes? That's the big question. How much time? What's the clock when it becomes public knowledge that we have free energy plasma balls that can,
oh my god,
annihilate the planet? You know?
I'm exactly
I don't want to be right.
Level 10. I mean,
the truth is, I don't want to be
right. The amount of synchronicities and manifesting what I'm doing now.
I really don't. Part of me wants to be right because, hey, man,
I feel like I'm living in a lucid dream.
Do Star Trek stuff. But the other part of me goes, man, I keep thinking there's a real good reason why they went to all this effort to hide it. Like, the amount of effort that's gone into, just to look at it like this, guys. Think about how much effort has gone in just to hide the plane.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Just to hide the plane. And then think about the amount of effort to hide free energy from the world for the last 80 years, and UFOs and aliens and whatever other shit they're hiding. They've been hiding this stuff for a long time, and they've been doing it very, very successfully. And then now we just came along and just like caught them with their pants down.
With 1 XP. With 1 XP.
You know, out there like married and like having a, you know, secret relationship with someone else. Like in a scenario where no one would ever have expected it. And this is why if you saw my TikTok video that was going viral about my life being in danger, it's funny. One of the biggest criticisms I get is people say, if you were right, there's no way you'd be alive right now. But then when I make a video where it's like, my life might be in danger if these videos are real, people are like, yeah, it's being sensationalist. Not really. Not really. I do wonder, you know, I think that the social media presence helps, but I also do think that the big part of it is that there is a track for this stuff coming out, a plan, and at some point it becomes counterproductive to silence people who are already helping you out, helping to wake people up. So,
right.
Truthfully, I want to go on less podcasts. It is extremely exhausting, and I'm only doing this, and especially when I do other people's podcasts, I'm really only doing them as a favor in a lot of cases because of just how big my following and you guys have gotten. It's just, yeah. It's more beneficial for me to do live streams and spend my time wisely talking with you guys and educating you guys on some of the science and stuff. Now, today we're talking a little bit about the case, but we are going to jump into some science here in a minute. Now, I want to show you, let's see, not that one, another video here. I don't know which one of these. I think it's this one. This one kind of goes with
is considering espionage charges against one of its officers suspected of spying for Taiwan and possibly China.
Okay, so here's another thing I want to point out to you guys. Then I'll let this whole thing play out. Like, guys, I cannot be more certain Edward Lynn's the guy. Let me just say this again. I have never met Edward Lynn. Today is, I don't know, February 17th, 2025. I've never met Edward Lynn. I've never talked to Edward Lynn. I've never communicated with anybody directly associated with Edward Lynn in my life. I independently identified Lieutenant Commander Edward C. Lynn, somebody nobody knew who he was, ever heard his name before. I'm the one who's made his name popular. Because I found him using my own investigative research nobody helped me on. All by myself, October of 2023. Identified him, extreme high degree of probability as the guy that leaked the videos. That's how certain I am, based on the body of knowledge about his case, that not only can I identify what it is that he leaked, I know exactly what he leaked and why the government went after it.
There it is.
And I can tie him to MH370. I can tie him to the missing Malaysian airliner that disappeared 11 years ago. And now, almost a year and a half
when is
later,
this movie going to come out? Like,
we are on the precipice of talking to his lawyer, of there being a chance where he just comes out and admits Ashton Forbes was right. I'm the guy that leaked the videos. If that happens,
it's over.
How can anyone deny the authenticity of the videos?
It's impossible. You can't deny it.
That's one of the three things. When I was on Candace Owens, if somebody can find the clip, somebody go check the transcript of the Candace Owens.
Get the transcript.
I say something about do a keyword search on like the word 3 or something. So there's 3 ways you can prove the videos are real. One of them is Edward C. Lynn comes out and admits he leaked the videos, because I'm the only one who identified him as being connected to the videos. No one else on planet Earth did. And I've never known the man. So if he were to come out, that's proof the videos are real. You can't make fake videos that link back to a real guy that leaked them. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, my guy.
All the debunks, no matter what logic was used, no matter what tortured logic was used to fake fabricated debunks, they were all fake. That would mean everybody that tried to debunk the videos, they're all con men and fraudsters.
Backdrop, complete backdrop
all
people.
The Redditors, all the people
complete
on Twitter,
backdrop people.
the Mick West, the Corridor crew, all the people that made videos saying that they could make the videos and all this other bullshit.
Backdoor people.
All of them would be con men.
Yep.
And it would mean also that all the people that investigate MH370 are all incompetent except for like a couple.
Yep.
That is... Let me put it this way.
Put
there are a lot of reasons for people to need these videos to be fake.
Yeah.
There are a lot of reasons for people to need Edward Lin to not come out and say he's the one who leaked these videos. Because that'll just be straight up GG for a lot of people out there.
That's why I like Ashton, because he's a fucking nerd.
And here's the sad news, guys. I already know the videos are real. I've known the videos are real for a long time. There's more stuff that maybe as time goes on, I'll be able to say more stuff that I haven't been able to say about it too. But and the only reason why I don't is because I don't want to like get people and sources and stuff like that in trouble for some of the stuff that I've kind of seen that like there's only it'll definitely get back to the people who've given information. I mean, stuff like that. But in cases where it doesn't, then there's no problem. But you know, there is a good argument to be made for why we have to wait for this technology and why the government came down so hard on Edward Lin. Is that not only this technology, like it literally is a national security issue. I don't even argue that it's not national security. Of course it's national security. We're talking about, we got teleporting orbs. We got teleporting orbs. Well, what do you think? China, Russia, they're not a threat to us. We have teleporting orbs.
Oh my god.
Like, are you kidding me? We got literal Mega Man powers and shit like that going on. Think that we're afraid of Russia and China? No, I mean, you look at the world in a different way where, like, the United States is just this, like, you know, mafia that controls the entire planet, basically. So, yeah, it is national security. But, like, here's the thing, guys. You get to a point, and yes, this is a rare peek behind the green door. Like, we are never going to see footage like this again. You guys understand how sensitive, like, the MH370 videos are? From a technology or whatever, you know, ops perspective that we did to China. We're never going to see that again. But it gets to a point where technology gets, like, too far advanced, where you actually just have, like, you know, a duty to humanity to reveal the technology to the world. Like, you can't just have free energy technology and be like, oh, we're just going to keep that secret because it's not in the profit motives for my business.
Right.
And this is where the big issue has been a matter of incentive structures. If the corporations have no incentive structure to reveal free energy and plasma orb technology that can teleport planes, then we got to fix the system. Then the system is broken. Like, there should be like a, hey, if you invent magical technology where we can teleport and have free energy, like, okay, there should be a rule where, like, now you have to tell the world about it. Maybe we'll compensate you a bunch of money or something. But, like, that doesn't exist. And so because of that, we've got this corrupt-ass system where people are doing research that is meaningless research, getting paid huge amounts of money, versus research that would change the planet gets nothing.
I don't have a target.
Nothing. Okay. So let's go back to this. So the reason why I went on that rant is because I want you to understand how connected Edward Lin was. Listen to this video. I'm going to let it play out here and pay attention that this is not some random grunt. This guy was trusted with the top secrets. He was trusted with nukes. This guy, whatever he went away for, it had to be huge. It had to be huge. Plus, they loved him. They loved him to push this guy in the positions that Edward Lin got. It had to be a dagger in their heart to charge him. Because they probably knew he's a good guy. He didn't mean to, like, harm the U.S. government. He didn't know. I mean, nobody could look at those videos and have any idea what the hell is going on, especially in 2014. No way. No one on this planet you could show those videos to in 2014 is going to have any idea what the hell they're looking at or think it's real. So here we go. Listen to his background.
The officer has been in the brig since his arrest in September. David Martin at the Pentagon is following this.
Investigators suspect Lieutenant Commander Lynn started spying in 2012 when he was assigned to the Pentagon as a Navy liaison officer to Capitol Hill. In that job, he had access to details of the Navy's present and future spending plans. In 2014, he was transferred to Hawaii, where he joined the Special Projects Patrol Squadron, a secretive unit which flies high-priority electronic eavesdropping missions off the coast of China and other countries in the Pacific. In that job, he had first-hand knowledge of sensitive intelligence operations.
Okay, we got to pause it right there. He was the liaison to the he was the Navy's liaison to Congress in 2012. He had access to the classified budget from the U.S. Navy. Basically, Edward Lynn was the guy they trusted to say, hey, we need that money for our plasma orb technology, but we can't tell the public about it. So we need Congress to sign off on these black projects for money for
that makes me feel
purposes.
like more and more like if he's that guy, like where does he what made him change to make it to leak them then? I don't know.
That's what they trusted Edward Lynn with. That's what he was in 2012. Now, this video was once they revealed the case. Keep in mind, he had been locked up for 8 months before they even said anything about his case. Do you guys understand that? Wait, let me just clarify what I just said.
Repeat it, please. Yes.
They didn't even reveal that this guy was in custody until after they already announced what the charges were going to be. He was in pre-trial detainment for 8 months. 8 months before the world had any idea he was even locked up. Before the world had any idea he was locked up. Why would you do that? Why would you lock somebody up and say nothing about it for 8 months? Think about that, chat. Use your brain.
Use your brain.
You do that because you're terrified of whatever information they have going to the media. That's the reason. That's the only reason. The government admitted this was the case. The government was terrified of the case going to trial. They were afraid that Edward Lynn was gonna, if I'm correct, which I'm very, very confident I'm correct, they were terrified Edward Lynn was gonna go in court, in trial, stand up and go, I leaked the MH370 videos, the US Navy used 3 orbs and zapped the plane away, and the world has no idea. The videos are available online. You can find them on the Regicide Anon YouTube channel. Can you imagine if Edward Lynn stood up and said that in the middle of a trial? It wouldn't even be about the trial anymore. People would immediately go find those videos and go, what? What did that guy just say in court? You guys get it? That's the game we're playing right now. This is the highest level stakes ever. This isn't even really the game. This is real life. But it's playing out just like a movie.
Yep.
Why try to break him? They have to break him. That's the only play they have. Their only play was to psychologically break him, and that's what they did. They had to psychologically break Edward Lynn. So how do you do that? You abuse him in pretrial detainment. Those 8 months, they abused the shit out of him. They abused him the whole time he was in pretrial detainment, said he's a traitor. You know, they did the thing, this is hyperbole, but they did the thing where they, you know, put the potatoes or the oranges in a sack and they hit you with it so it doesn't leave any bruises. Like, that's what they were doing to him. And they forced him to basically admit that what he did was wrong. They were going to probably kill him. It wouldn't surprise me if they said they were going to kill him. You get it? In fact, I think they did say that, those exact words. I'd have to go look, because he actually complained about the abuse. That's how I know about it. You guys can find all this. Is all publicly available. Anything that I tell you guys about this case is all you can find it. If you're good enough at Google and change your date range, search it around, you can all find it. You can find all this information. That's what's amazing about this case. All publicly available stuff. Okay. Let me hit up a couple more of these donations. Edward Lynn t-shirt. Maybe, actually. Maybe a pardon, Edward Lynn. Maybe. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Sasa, and thank you, B. Ga Wild. Green Plastic 69. Recent plane accident made to downplay. It's too far. Too far. I'm not one of those people where like everything's connected and everything's to downplay something else. Let's finish this. Oh yeah. Also, and then here's the other thing. I need to point out one more very important fact. So if you're listening tonight, guys, to this live stream, please share the correct information with people out there. Okay. There is no chance that Edward Lynn was being seriously investigated before February of 2014. Listen up closely, debunkers. Listen very, very closely. There is no chance that Edward Lynn was being seriously investigated before February of 2014. We can say this is a fact. Why? Because Edward Lynn in 2014 of February was assigned the VPU-2 Wizards, which is one of the most secretive spy plane programs, if it's not the most secret spy plane program that the Navy has. You don't go on to super secret spy plane programs where you have access to like the most secret sensitive sensor information and, you know, legal operations if you are being suspected of being a spy. You don't get assigned to projects like that when you're suspected of being a spy. And these are the kinds of situations where you're probably being like actively monitored, where like literally everywhere you go and everything you do, like you have to sign stuff that says there you have no privacy. I'm being 100% serious. This is what they do. So there is no chance that Edward Lynn was being seriously investigated before February of 2014. And why is that important? Because what happened in March of 2014, the next month? MH370 disappears. And then Edward C. Lynn's lawyer says that the investigation began April 2nd, 2014. April 2nd, 2014. 3 weeks after the plane disappears. So now imagine if I can get Larry Youngner, the same guy that already said that, to affirm and confirm that the case and what's the circumstances on why he said April 2nd, 2014. Because if we can confirm that the evidence in the case against him was related to his time in the VPU-2 Wizards, game over. Game over. Do you guys see what I'm saying here? How many different ways do we have to confirm the videos are real? If the case against him is related to the VPU-2 Wizards, game over. We win. We don't even need Edward Lynn to say he leaked the videos. Imagine if I asked Larry Younger this, and I will talk to him. So if anyone's out there thinking of trying to make him so he won't talk to me, I will go find him in person if I have to. In fact, I might just go do that. So you can't stop me from talking to this guy. So please don't. What if I ask him, hey, is there also like a thermal drone video related to this as well from like when he was on a spy plane? Imagine if he says there's a thermal drone video and a satellite video. Game over. Game over. We don't need anything more than that. Do you realize how close we are right now? We are so close, man. And some people might actually say, well, Ashton's kind of gone all in on the Edward Lynn. Like, yeah, because he's got to be the guy. Those videos were leaked by a United States military personnel. I looked up like all of them. Nobody fit the bill, but this guy checks every single box. What are the chances of that? What are the chances that all the information about his stuff overlaps perfectly with the timeline of the plane disappearing? 0. What are the chances he's in the exact right position in the Navy, in the exact right military unit, to have been there that night, to be able to have access to the videos? 0. He's got to be the guy. He's either the guy or he's somehow directly related to those videos. That's all I'm saying. So if anyone's out there can find Edward Lynn, once again, I just want to repeat this. Since I have not yet spoken to the lawyer and I'm a little worried that he's going to get cold feet, especially if all you guys start harassing him, please do not harass any of the people involved. If you happen to know or have contact with Edward Lynn, Edward Lynn's sister, Jenny Lynn, or Larry Youngner, the lawyer, and they are willing to talk, please put them in touch with me directly. That's all that I would ask. I need to talk to them firsthand. So it's fun for you guys to ask questions and what have you, but I have to talk to them firsthand. And ideally, what I would want is for Edward Lynn to become a whistleblower to the AARO and admit that he's the one that leaked those videos, or those videos got onto the internet through him, whatever the story might be. I don't care what the story is, frankly. And I think that if we did that, then Edward Lynn would be protected. And probably what would happen would be that I think other people would probably try to cannibalize Edward Lynn. And they would probably try to take him from me and steal the story or what have you. And the truth is, I don't care. I don't care about that. As long as that the videos are proven true and my theory about MH370 is admitted to be real or whatever, or not my theory, but our theory, our evidence that we put forward, I don't give a shit about anything else, period. Done. I'll shut it all down. Shut down the YouTube channel, shut down my X channel. I'll just go back to being a healthcare consultant, and then I'll just have on my resume, solved the greatest mystery of all time. And it'll just be on my resume all the time. That's the one thing I get to keep. So just get him out. Get him to come talk to us.
I don't like
Let's
that
get this thing on the this thing on the road.
Like,
also, guys,
you crack a case like this, you should be good for life.
Let me hit a couple of these donos, and we're gonna talk about the UFO community, okay? Oh, is there more in this? I think there was more to this that we gotta play. I'm gonna play this out while I do the donos.
According to heavily redacted court documents, Lynn passed information classified secret to representatives of a foreign government. The documents do not name any country, but investigators believe he was passing classified information to both mainland China and the island of Taiwan. That would amount to playing both sides of the street, since Taiwan is an American ally, while China is increasingly an adversary. Lynn was born in Taiwan, but left at the age of 14, speaking only Chinese. He became a U.S. citizen and enlisted in the Navy, training to serve aboard nuclear-powered submarines. But then he switched specialties to become a naval flight officer in a reconnaissance squadron. Throughout his career, he had access to sensitive information, one officer said. The Navy showcased him as a coming-to-America success story. And he once told an audience, "I grew up believing that all the roads in America lead to Disneyland."
Instead, they led to a Navy brig in Virginia, where he's being held until the Navy decides whether it has enough evidence to court-martial him.
Spoiler, they didn't really, so they had to do a plea deal. Okay, let me do these donations real quick. Ian, thank you very much for that super sticker. All day, every day, thank you very much. You as well. Lil Lun, thank you for that super sticker. Appreciate it. ML, is a ship a good place to keep and secure interdimensional FedEx? Yeah, so the Alabama Maersk, check out my live streams where we talked about that. Maybe that's where the batteries came from. I'm not sure. Yeah, could be related to Tesla. Noah, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ace. Yeah, electrical engineering is definitely... Why is it better? Because electrical engineering is more experimental versus physics is more theoretical.
Yeah.
An experiment will beat theory every time. I can't believe that. I think the thing that's held us back is that physicists have said that certain stuff's not possible, and engineers have shown that it is. There are a number of experiments that I talk about all the time where theoretical physicists just haven't reconciled them into their worldview. It's a big problem.
Too far away.
Okay. The UFO community, this is what I'm going to say. I have no enemies. Even people that blocked me, even people that I blocked, I don't care. If You want to report on MH370, report on MH370. The MH370 videos and Edward Lin are going to be a hot commodity because all the rest of UFO disclosure is basically garbage right now. It's just slop. What is even happening right now? Why is there this weird shift into psi powers and interdimensional bullshit? Let's just get off all that for a second and let's go back to the core of this. Where we have some technology comes from somewhere, and that technology will change the world. Everybody wants to change the world. Let's focus on changing the world. Then we can worry about if it's interdimensional or the blue ETs from Zeta Reticuli or whatever else shit. I mean, it's just crazy. I can't believe this. Or like, yeah, which ones have the telepathic powers or whatever. There's like absolutely no, like nobody's coming forward with any hard evidence. There's no more Tic Tac videos. Nobody's coming out with that. And all these people are like getting their shit Dopster reviewed. The biggest scam disclosure in the world. If you've got to get your shit Dopster reviewed to make sure the DOD's okay with you talking about something, you're not giving us disclosure of anything. Why do you have to get a signature of your things okay to talk about? Does that mean that there's elements that you can't talk about? If so, well, how is this disclosure? Giving someone half disclosure is just like the biggest bullshit blue balls there is. Jeez. Okay. So, people need to wake up. UFO community needs to wake up. I mean, we've seen it happen. A lot of them are already changing their tune. We're hearing them talk about how this dark thing now is related to technology. It's really related to zero-point energy. That's what we've been saying for this whole time. That's great. I don't even care if you don't want to credit me. I don't care if you want to steal the talking points. If you want to steal the cold fusion was like, you know, covered up. Great. Please do. Can we hurry this process along a little bit? Let's not pretend like there's something better to talk about. There's definitely not. And I've noticed now as well that like there's this thing where all these disclosure people like start these funds up where they're all just fundraising for them to be a influencer or something like that. If you don't even have enough content coming out that you can't support yourself, then just get off the stage. Like, what are you actually doing? I'm a normal dude as my second job. And I'm almost getting to the point. Well, not really. Let's not say almost. Let's not say almost. There might be a future in which I have enough content where I can support myself off this. Get out there. Put yourself out there. If you really think that you want to be an advocate for a UFO disclosure, get out there on social media. Because you know what? That's what this job is. That's what this job is. Being an influencer, being an advocate for disclosure. It's not just having someone sign off when the next time you get to go on Joe Rogan is. That's how these people think of it. It's like, well, my PR person is going to get me on the Daily Show, and then I'm going to go, after I do the Daily Show, I'm going to go on News Nation, and then I'm going to go with an interview with Ross Coulthart, and then I'm going to go on Joe Rogan, and on all of these, I'm going to go out there and just say that aliens are real. Okay. That's what we've got. That's our big thing for disclosure. I tell you what, we've got 2 videos of a plane being teleported out of the sky where there's literally a plane still missing. This literal plane is still missing. And the United States government did it, and they recorded it, and we caught them in 4K. And also, we got the leaker as well, a guy named Edward Lin. He might be willing to just admit it at this point. I mean, you got to imagine somebody watched this and knows the truth, the guilt that goes through them every day. To not say that what they know about this plane disappeared. Can we talk about that? Like, everybody's so polarized against me because I hurt their feelings. Well, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings, but truth hurts, man. A lot of the people in the UFO community are frauds. Complete frauds. A lot of people in the physics community and the academia, they're all frauds as well. It just is what it is, man. A lot of people are just full of shit out there. All the time, right? And it turns out a lot of people are going to look like fools, but you know what? After we get through that, the world's going to be a better place, and then we can move on, and we can actually do something productive, or we can make humanity actually progress to where we really should be in this day and age. Now, the next thing I wanted to show is something that I was showing on my Twitter page. Because I want you guys to see, now we're gonna like, this is gonna be a clever shift into the academic and into the science side of this. Sabine Hassenfelder, chat. Sabine Hassenfelder, if you're out there, I don't even care if you hate me. I don't even care if you hate me because I'm beautiful, Sabine. You have been chosen. Sabine Hassenfelder, you have been chosen.
Your problem isn't that
Witchcraft. You saw that witchcraft. That thing just turned on automatically. We've confirmed that Sabine has witch powers now as well. Sabine, you have been chosen as the 0 Point Energy disclosure advocate. I don't care if you believe in it or not. I don't care if you believe. You will believe. I have seen the future. I have seen the future. And in the future, Sabine is basically the equivalent of one of those post-apocalyptic like raiders who's got like the leather going on and like a battle axe just chopping people's heads off. That's the future that I see for Sabine. And just imagine the people who are getting their heads chopped off are all the quack-ass academics that have been telling us that space is empty and yeah, we just can't explain things like the Casimir effect and three-body problem. They're just unsolvable mysteries, dude. Some of you are saying that she might be too woke. Chat. She's the perfect person. Chat, I'm basically like the Sith Lord. You have to find the one that you can corrupt. Sabine can come over to the dark side. I see it. You guys, some of you guys are like, there's no chance. She's like the biggest skeptic out there. There's no way. I even DM'd her. I'm not going to show the DMs out of, you know, respect. But I DM'd her to try to get her to come on my podcast and what have you. She gave me the hard no. Well, no. She just basically told me she likes to see evidence, which is totally fair. Totally fair. So the reason why, I'm just going to play the clip. But before I play that clip, I want you guys to realize what you're going to hear here is a person that is ready. They're ready to be corrupted, right?
Yeah.
It's like Anakin. When Anakin's mother gets killed. Chat. Star Wars spoiler alert.
There's definitely some sort of synchronicity with all this about how, you know, now that the world is shifting, energy, people are starting to get it. It's about embracing darkness. This is and the darkness. That's the feminine side. It's about embracing the feminine and embracing darkness. We need to corrupt her with that.
Spoiler alert.
And everyone else.
Anakin's mother gets killed. He loses his shit. Just murders a whole village of people, even the younglings and all. Just starts going to town on people.
Right.
Sabine is like right on the precipice of that happening. Like she sees that it's all bullshit, but she hasn't hit that point where she's had that traumatic event.
She's in the limbo.
And it could happen. It could happen. So here we go. Let's play this out. And you tell me, I mean, just listen to this. Listen, this is why she's been chosen, Chad.
You're making noise. Use your fucking brain.
Right there, that was enough right there. In fact, I just kind of want this on like a clip that I can just play this repeatedly.
Use your fucking brain.
Someone just clip that for me? Just that part right there.
Use your fucking brain.
Already, right there, beautiful. I might as well be listening to Son Te Partido right now. Like this is just opera. This is music to my ears. This whole thing.
Your problem isn't that I'm making noise. Your problem is that you're lying to the people who pay you. Your problem is that you're cowards without a shred of scientific integrity. I don't think that taxpayers are stupid. We're not paying physicists for crazy new hype. We want to see results. And soon taxpayers will start asking some tough questions. An example. So they told you that this Dune experiment that's being built from some billions of dollars of public funds at Fermilab will tell us why we exist or why the universe didn't disappear. I regret to inform you that it won't do any such thing. Particle physicists have created these bubbles of useless research. It's not a problem that can be fixed from inside the community. The only way to fix the problem is to stop paying them. If you are one of the many physicists who know full well what nonsense research I'm talking about, but you still keep your mouth shut, if you're one of those who laugh about it because no one believes what I'm saying, if you're one of those who spread lies about me, like that story that I was invited to give a talk at CERN but was afraid to go, did you make that up? I hope it was amusing, but Jesus.
Dark Sabine, chat. Holy crap. I have not seen Dark Sabine in a while.
Let's
wow.
fucking go.
She was cooking, chat.
Completely fucking
Why doesn't she do that more often? My goodness. Anybody doubts that Sabine is the one? Get out right now. Don't follow me anymore. No question. She's the one. Hook this woman up with a red lightsaber and just let her go to town, chat.
Let her go to work.
Let her just destroy the Jedi. We've got it figured out. This is the play. I'm 100% sure she's the one that will turn against the Jedi and destroy them all.
It's obvious.
And the best part is when they destroy the Jedi, it just destroys the whole foundation of the whole Jedi culture. Yes. Sends the last Jedi in the corners of the world, and the Sith just take over the entire, galactic civilization or whatever shit they do. So, oh yeah. We just have to figure it out. What it is that's gonna get Sabine to go just full on Anakin Skywalker on the mud people or whatever weird village people he destroys.
The mud people.
Whew. Chat, I kind of want to listen to it again.
Go.
This was like right around the middle here too.
Yeah.
Oh, the only thing she was wrong about when she was saying that the taxpayers, I don't think taxpayers are stupid. Now, taxpayers are stupid as shit. Taxpayers are stupid as shit. Yeah, we are really dumb. In fact, we've been wasting money on a lot of nonsense physics, like CERN as well. And the part where here she says, I love how she's like, oh, they told you that if we make this weird neutrino experiment, it's going to tell you the meaning of life. Yeah, this isn't going to do shit.
No.
How much money is this going to cost? Why are we spending money on this when we can have plasma
so unbelievably duped. What the fuck?
I don't know how much this costs, but I'm just going to guess like $10 billion for this.
Nah, it's more.
How about I get a free energy device? I don't need whatever the shit this is.
Yeah.
What is this, neutrinos shit shooting through the earth or something?
Probably just another earthquake weapon, dude. Literally.
What I need is a plasma reactor in my house that's powering my entire house.
Now we're talking.
You know how fucking cold it is outside right now, chat? It's
but
like
you don't get to talk. I'm from Sweden. You don't get to talk about cold, my guy.
It's 20 fucking degrees outside.
Oh,
right
boo hoo hoo! 20 degrees.
Real
Go
talk,
out,
chat.
off.
Minnesota is cold as fuck. It's minus 20 degrees out. I need a goddamn plasma reactor that heats my whole house.
That would
and powers everything. These guys are building. I didn't even know this shit was real. What is this again? Deep underground neutrino experiment. Ooh, from the Stanford Underground Research Facility to the Fermi Lab. We need to put more federal dollars into this shit.
That's an earthquake weapon, guaranteed, dude. Guaranteed that's an earthquake weapon.
Speak quickly.
Sell this shit. Do I just sell this right here? It's intellect and stamina. Nobody's gonna want that, dude. Sell that shit.
Trust
like that.
no one.
Repair. I can repair here.
Because it's gonna tell us why we exist. Do you really think it's gonna tell us why we exist? No. You know what it'll tell us why we exist?
It's gonna tell us why we exist. Bro, please, just another particle collider, bro. Please, just $520 trillion, dude. We're gonna solve the universe, bro. Just one more particle collider, bro. I'm telling you, bro.
Admitting that the ether is real and that space is not empty. That will tell us why we exist. That'll actually maybe give us a clue as to our consciousness. This just funds people to do nothing for another 25 years.
Yep.
That's what this is.
Yep.
That's what the CERN is. That's what all these public bullshit science things are. I'll take the glasses off in a second, but I saw my boy in the chat. Oh, okay. Wool Johnson. Man, some of you guys have really good names. Thank you for the super sticker, my friend. Mulla Viking. What about Pierre-Marie Robitaille or Alexander Unzicker? Wouldn't they be great advocates as well? Possibly. There probably are other people. And this is somewhat, tongue-in-cheek. But Sabine will be good. She'll be very good. She's got a lot of influence as well. Mark Scott, there you are. Thank you, brother. You're the man. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. Cool guy stuff. Ed Lynn is now going by an alias. He's opened a new business, is living his best life. I have phone numbers. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Ed Lynn should reach out to me. That's what he should be doing. That's what he should be doing. Whether or not he leaked the videos or not, he should be reaching out to me. If he didn't leak the videos, then we need to have a talk, because it seems like he leaked the videos. And if he did leak the videos, then we definitely need to talk, because he should be famous. Not Lou Elizondo, not Jake Barber, not even David Grush. The real whistleblower, by all definitions, is Edward Lynn. This guy should be world famous. And that's my plan.
You too, Ashton. Let's go.
I will also undo the brainwashing that the government assuredly did to this man, convincing him that he's some kind of traitor, some bullshit like that, whatever, because he leaked videos of their secret orbs or whatever. Fuck that, bro. If they've got magic orb technology that can teleport airplanes, no. You leaking that is not a crime. No, hell no.
Hell no.
Court of public opinion, no. Leaking free energy technology makes you a hero in any movie that they ever make.
Exactly.
Martin Walsh, out of everything you know, what percentage are you actually telling us? Oh, I'm telling you guys like 95 to 99% of everything that I know. So I'm not one of those people that's out here like, if anything is like actually super significant, I'll let you know. So you guys know pretty much as I do. The only difference is the body of knowledge. I mean, when you go on like hundreds of podcasts or whatever shit that I've been going on, like you memorize all this stuff. Okay, let's finish this. How come it's not playing? Oh wait, no, I already played this. What am I doing? Okay, yeah, sorry. God, I'm an idiot. Too distracted. What else did I want to say? Oh yeah, and then she basically just calls them out as basically being scammers, but also not just being scammers, but that they are like, she thinks they're starting rumors about her, which kind of reminds me of the UFO community and all the, oh, you're spreading disinformation. People are saying that Red Panda in the UFO community is disinformation. Oh, these people, this is what cracks me. Sorry, I want to talk about one more thing real quick. Disinformation.
David Wilcock went in on Red Panda. Was quick.
This is what cracks me up.
Are we switching again? Let's go.
The government is pretty incompetent. Like, they think that Red Panda Koala is like some kind of like Russian psyop or something. Like, people literally think that. People were saying that on social media. I think it was some of the woke disclosure people were saying that because he exposes them. Because every time that they say something that incriminates them or exposes their true intentions, he posts a clip of it. And he does it like all day long. And so they think that he's like some kind of like psyop that's like collecting information against them or whatever, which in a way he kind of is. And it goes to show the power that somebody can do. And the reason why I bring this up is because people I know people have speculated similar stuff about me. Because like they didn't think that one person can do that much effort. Now in reality, it's not just one person. All MH370X, the Discord, what have you. But the truth is you can do a lot. If you are a single guy and you don't have a family you have to take care of, and you like either, you have a job or, maybe you work from home or you have, a part-time job or you don't have a job or you do this full-time, whatever, man, like you can put a lot of work in and you can make significant headway on a daily basis. And this is what I'm saying is that if you aren't somebody that can do what Red Panda Koala is doing, then you are not in the S tier of UFO disclosure advocates. I'm just putting that out there. Like the Lou Elizondos, the David Grush, these people, they just think that just by the fact that they're celebrity that they should, like, people should automatically listen to whatever they say. Like, put out the work. Put the content out there. Look at what Red Panda is doing. He's clipping. Here's the playbook, guys. You clip the other stuff that other people are saying that corroborates the message that you want to tell. You clip that. You put that on your social media. You add your own commentary as well. You can do video, you can voice over, you can just add text if you want in the description. Add your own commentary. That's content. I'm teaching you guys how to do it. How to become an advocate for whatever you want. Aliens, UFOs, zero-point energy, anything you want.
All of it.
And then talk about that. Talk about the things you're passionate about. Okay. Now, the last thing I wanted to say about Sabine is this, is that Sabine is like basically realizing that COVID is a scam, but she's still getting the shots. Right? That's where she's at right now with the physics. She realizes these people are getting money to do nothing. She realizes a lot of the science they've not really accomplished or had any results. Right? But she's still like, oh, but general relativity is still legit, still untouchable. There's still nothing better. Right? Which is hilarious. It's like thinking that COVID is a big scam, but still getting the shots. It's also like thinking that like global warming is a scam, but still like turning your lights off when you leave the house for 10 minutes because you want to save the power. Because you think that the power is like the power of the lights is going to be significant to save the earth.
Full Greta, never go full Greta, dude.
That's basically the view here. So the thing is, when you realize, so she's basically once again on that precipice of realizing like, oh, okay, the whole thing's a scam. Not only is academia full of shit, but people behind the scenes have actually figured out these major discoveries about the universe and anti-gravity and plasma and everything like that. So we'll see. Okay. Where are we at? 115. Well, I had a few things we were going to talk about last because I promised some science. Which thing do we want to look at? I think I want to look at fusion a little bit. Yeah, okay. So there was a new video, and actually this serves two purposes. Because nobody's actually ever called me out on this, but I've said multiple times that I used to just watch PBS Space Time. And I don't think I've ever shown a PBS Space Time video on any live stream ever. I don't think I have. And nobody's ever called me out on that. Well, too late. We're going to correct it now. Is this it? I think this is it. Here we go. Okay. Now it's never going to happen. So this video, actually, the PBS Spacetime people came out with a video on fusion power. Fusion power. And we're not going to talk about hot and cold, although we probably will in a little bit. But instead, we're actually going to look at this video, and it explains the concepts around fusion, and I'm just going to give some commentary. I'm going to give some commentary. Because here's the kicker, guys. We've definitely figured out, like, fusion, cold fusion, fusion stabilization, plasma, it's all been figured out.
Yeah.
It's all been figured out, guys. Like, you really think that we've spent 70 years and not figured out fusion? Of course they've figured it out. That would be the biggest scam in the history of the world if they hadn't figured anything out. In fact, it's still the biggest scam because they covered it up. And the question is, what is cold fusion? What is cold fusion? The lines between hot and cold fusion are going to start to get really blurred. At the end of the day, we want to figure out, a lot of you want to know what, when I talk about cold fusion, what do I mean? What's the difference between what we're trying to do commercially and publicly versus what I'm saying that we can produce? That's what this video will help show for you guys. That's what I wanted, the context I want to give you.
And they've been saying that for 50 years. But if so, why are billions suddenly being pumped into fusion startups? Well, to train LLMs. But there's a reason that the techno brats are bullish on fusion in particular. The fact is, the technological challenges have been chipped away at, so we'll test whether increasing likes and comments impacts. You can get it for life. A minuscule fraction hits our solar panels, and only today we've first plasma this year. I do want to emphasize, though, that there's a lot of exciting stuff in recent years from smaller efforts, both national.
So basically, he's saying that we're going to look at the hot fusion theories here. And so right here at the beginning, he's showing the reactions for fusion that happened in the sun. And what he explains is essentially that in order to, since we don't have the pressures that we have available on the sun, we have to actually increase the heat even more than the sun. Let me say that again, chat. This is hot fusion. Hot fusion says we can't produce the gravity and the pressure that allows fusion to happen in the sun. So how do we compensate for that? Well, we're going to increase the energy even more.
Great.
We're going to actually make it even hotter than the sun. That's hot fusion. Now you know what hot fusion is.
How did that end up?
So hot fusion is actually trying to make fusion hotter than the sun to compensate for the lack of gravitational control, excess gravity and pressure. Well, what's the solution? Solution is actually obvious, isn't it? We don't need the excess heat. That was never the problem. We can manipulate gravity. And if we manipulate gravity, now we can make a small sun that's stabilized.
That's
all we have to be able to do is manipulate gravity. How do we manipulate gravity? Dun, dun, dun. Electromagnetism.
Wait. Doctor, power of the sun.
The power of the sun in the palm of my hand.
They've been disclosing it the whole time, right in our fucking face.
As always,
Crazy.
good old electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sun's proton-proton chain runs at something like 100 million Earth atmospheres of pressure and over 50 million Kelvin temperature, generating the equivalent of 20 million times the entire world's nuclear arsenal in energy every second. So, the sun both crams photons together and gets them moving really fast in order to get them to stick. We need to do the same. We need to both compress and heat our nuclei. And the resulting fusion needs to output more energy than we use to reach that state. One big efficiency upgrade is to focus on the most energy-rich fusion reactions. Rather than going all the way to helium from single protons like the sun does, we can fuse heavy hydrogen isotopes like deuterium and tritium. Now, the sun can achieve net energy gain starting with protons.
So we have one benefit. We can choose what process in the fusion process we want to take advantage of. So essentially, they're saying we can take advantage of the fusion of heavy hydrogen, deuterium. And if we take advantage of that, that's potentially the most efficient chemical process to produce energy. I believe 2 deuteriums can produce helium. I don't know. My chemistry is not very good.
Because of the incredible densities it reaches, we can never achieve those densities. So even with heavy isotope fusion, we have to compensate with a lot higher temperatures. In fact, something like 100 times the temperature of the...
That shit ain't never gonna happen. Boom, there it is. Hot fusion, chat. So you just heard it. How it's so goddamn easy. How have they been hiding this for so long? Chat, the simplest answer is the best. What's the answer? We don't need to increase the temperature 100 times the temperature of the sun. We don't need to do that. We can manipulate pressure and gravity the same way the sun is doing it. If you can do that, then temperature is no longer an issue. we're using the wrong variable to produce fusion. Because we've been brainwashed into thinking that, like, well, the universe can do gravity, but we can't. We can't do gravity. Jesus.
Right.
Chat.
Core of the sun. There is no material in the universe that wouldn't be instantly vaporized at the temperatures needed for fusion. So how are we supposed to even contain our fusion reaction, let alone crush it to the needed pressures? Well, there are two broad approaches: inertial confinement and magnetic confinement.
Chat, I can't believe I'm doing a video live stream. One of my heroes right here. I'm literally critiquing and correcting one of my heroes on a physics live stream. If you had said that I'm doing this in 2 years, I never would have believed you. I'd have bet anything you're full of shit. Anything in the whole world. And now he's still an extremely smart guy, but the world has been misled on fusion in a very scary way. So there are two ways to fusion: inertial confinement and magnetic confinement. Now, with inertial confinement, in all of them, they're trying to trap the energy in a region of space. Right? That's what they're trying to do. Magnetic confinement, I believe, is like what Salvatore Pais was saying. Magnetically confined fusion reaction. I mean, that's what his patent's called, right? So using magnetic fields to compress the plasma, which, by the way, there's a large amount of people, physicists, that don't believe plasma can be compressed. That's kind of a big problem. Did you just hear what I said? If physicists don't believe plasma can be compressed, well then how the hell can you believe fusion's gonna happen? Isn't that like the whole point? Is that the pressure of the sun is what's allowing fusion to happen in a plasma? I feel like I'm taking crazy pills sometimes with these people, chat. So anyway, and then you have the inertial confinement. Now, one of these is going to use focused lasers. In fact, I'm just going to let him speak on it because I'm not too afraid of being copyrighted.
Inertial confinement attempts to slam nuclei together with some sort of shock. In 2022, the National Ignition Facility achieved net energy output for the first time by forcing fuel together with lasers. But it's not the first inertial confinement approach to succeed. The hydrogen bomb is a type of inertial confinement where the thing slamming nuclei together is a fission bomb, an old-school atomic explosion. The latter is rather uncontrolled and so not suitable for sustained energy production. But even controlled inertial confinement approaches have the issue of rather bursty energy output, and so are generally not thought to be the most likely option for our first-generation commercial fusion reactors. Those are more likely to be magnetic confinement reactors. The hydrogen in a reactor is so hot that positively charged nuclei are stripped of their negatively charged electrons, making a plasma of electrically charged particles that can be manipulated by magnetic fields.
Yes, that now, sir, you are saying the words that I am enjoying hearing with my ears. Yes. Electrons being stripped from ions of hydrogen and producing plasma through magnetic confinement. These are the words that I like to be hearing. More of these words, please, good sir.
These fields are created by powerful electromagnets made from superconductors.
Oh.
And those superconductors have to be cooled to near absolute zero.
Okay.
So you have this...
Okay. Nope. Stop you. Let me stop you there, chat. Let me stop you there, Mr. I forget, what's his name again? Guys, I forget what his name is. I'm just going to call him Joel. Joel, let me stop you there, Joel. No. The whole, like, let's build this huge solid structure around it and, like, make it so that we're using these superconductors that we have to cool at and use all this energy to cool down. No, you already fucked it up.
You fucked it up.
You fucked it up.
Yo, you fucked it up.
You can't make it work that way. Like, we are trying way too hard. If that's all that we have to go through to make fusion happen, that shit's never going to be successful.
Yep.
Like, the amount of energy it takes just to cool the superconductors is a lot. It's a lot of energy. So, A, we need either high temperature superconductors, or better off, we need a different way to do it. Now, guess what, chat? Plasma itself has self-organizing properties. And plasma is also a conductor. So what if we could make our plasma superconducting? And there's no circuit out there that can sustain massive energy levels. They all melt. So what if we just use the plasma itself as the superconducting confinement, and we just confine it in air? Cause the plasma to... Why are we building this solid structure around it? Also, the structure is going to get destroyed. You're building a sun inside of a Dyson sphere. You're building a tiny sun inside of a tiny Dyson sphere, and then you're surprised that your Dyson sphere is being destroyed. Well, you're trying to contain a sun. Do you see a container when you look outside at the sun? Do you see a container around the sun? No, the reason why there's not a container is because it gets fucking destroyed. Yeah. And that's literally what happens with these things. They get destroyed. So, like, I don't know why I'm the guy trying to explain why our fusion process is so stupid. All this stuff is out there. Just read Ken Shoulders, read permittivity transitions, read EVOs, look into Z-pinch, look into magnetically confined plasma reactions. This is too complicated.
Center of a star, hot plasma, mere meters away from matter that's colder than intergalactic space. So to bottle our star, we have to create the largest temperature gradient in the known universe, which is, I guess, something to be proud of all on its own. Magnetic confinement reactors work by squeezing the plasma so it flows around.
Okay, so he's also saying that we have to reach this super high temperatures, but it also needs to be surrounded by something that's extremely low temperatures. So we're not, so listen to how hard, and this is like, dude, what? So you're going to make a sun, and then you need to have like a cool barrier, somehow making it so the sun is not bursting out and destroying everything. There's no way. There's no way. The hot fusion is so nonsensical. That's never going to work. It's never going to be practical. You need your ball of plasma to be floating freely. You need it to be floating freely. And once you realize that you don't need those high temperatures, all these problems go away. This whole idea of like, oh, we need it to be trapped in this superconducting donut. We don't need that anymore. Superconducting donut.
On the torus, and then compressing the torus with the magnetic field and heating it by blasting it with energy via particle beams or EM waves until fusion is achieved. This has to be done cleverly, because if you just run plasma in a circle, it leads to various instabilities that are fatal for your plasma and perhaps for your reactor. The leading solutions for stable toroidal plasma confinement are the tokamak and the stellarator.
Stable toroidal plasma confinement, chat. So here we go. As you can see, they're making metal donuts. The problem is the fields are not confined within the donut, right? And what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep them confined. And there's just a lot of work to do this. Just let the universe do what it's going to do. Let nature do what it's going to do. If nature wants to make plasma balls, let it make a plasma ball. Do I believe this will ever be successful, the stellarator or tokamak? No, I don't. I really don't.
The details of the differences aren't too important here, but tokamaks are more widely used, for example, by ITER, so I'll cover these just briefly. Tokamaks use 3 systems of magnets. The first system is the toroidal system, which is the main containment system and gives the plasma the donut shape. The next system is the poloidal system, which helps shape and position the plasma near the inner wall. This is to help compress the plasma for more reactions to occur. Lastly, the central solenoid drives the direction of the plasma, spinning the plasma in a circle. In contrast, stellarators combine all 3 magnetic systems into one using a 3D design, making them significantly more complicated. To some extent, the magnetic field is a relatively solved problem. There are no doubt refinements to be made in the form of the field, and definitely in the generation of the field with new superconductor technology, end up with enough energy to escape the magnetic field and reach the first wall.
Oh, here we go.
And this is the main source of heat energy from fusion. Some neutrons hit nuclei in the wall, potentially creating unstable isotopes. And some helium and hydrogen nuclei also end up with enough energy to escape the magnetic field and reach the first wall. Some of these are tritium nuclei, which are also highly unstable. As a result of the neutron and tritium bombardment, the wall becomes more radioactive over time.
So what he was saying here is that, like, basically this thing's messing stuff up. It's messing stuff up in there, and some of the stuff is hitting the walls when they don't want it to hit the walls. And again, the answer is pretty simple, right? You need magnetic field control, and you don't need a containment device for it. Just let it float. Let it float freely. Let it float freely. Is there a map of the movement of the plasma inside a controlled spherical shape? No, at that moment, if we could see that, that would be great. You might be able to figure that out from the MH370 videos. Okay, what does it say? Yeah, and then it becomes all about stabilization. Like, look at here. He's talking about magnetohydrodynamic stabilization. Here you go.
Good for the wall. This can also trigger larger magnetohydrodynamic instabilities in the plasma, causing the plasma to shed a lot of energy and potentially kill the fusion reaction.
Now, what did you just hear right there? Guys, we have fucking figured it out. Sorry that I've sworn multiple times. Earmuffs for the children. But it's all about stabilizing the plasma so that the energy is not emitted. That's what they're trying to do. Right? What did he just explain in the last 5 minutes? He said they're trying to make it so the energy doesn't escape, so it doesn't hit the walls of the tokamak, because it's going to destroy the walls of the tokamak. So how do they do that? Magnetohydrodynamics, which, as we've learned, is fluid dynamics of magnetic fields in a plasma, because the magnetic fields are forcing the electrons to move around in this plasma of electrons and ions. And so what they've done is this. They've figured out perfect magnetic control over the plasma. Perfect control. Perfect control over the plasma. They can move the electrons around the plasma however they want. And what this has unlocked is free energy. It has unlocked anti-gravity. And now it seems like somebody figured out that it unlocks teleportation. Or annihilation, or both. Root for whichever one you want to root for.
Assuming our wall can survive the above, the heat generated within the wall will be carried away by some working fluid. Water is a popular choice, but also molten salts that need tritium. Obviously, the lithium...
Carrying this stuff away is nonsense. And talking about making walls is nonsense, right? Like, this goes to show how far beyond the public the defense contractors are. This video is from 4 days ago. They're talking about making walls to contain your plasma using public science that's never been successful. And the defense contractors have figured all this shit out, and they already got plasma orbs that can float around with no walls at all. Because they've figured out aspects of physics that academia has no idea about.
It has to be replaced, but fortunately, this is a layer of material that amplifies the neutron flux. One neutron goes in, and two...
Let's see what else we got here. Tungsten, blah, blah, blah.
Really toxic. Just in 2023.
Okay, so now they're talking about what types of metals they were going to use for the wall. But once again, this goes to show you, like, there is no wall. Why are we using walls? And this is, once again, like, look at how far... What the MH370 videos tell us about fusion and plasma is that these guys aren't even close. These guys still are not even close. The fact that they're trying to use like beryllium and whatever they're trying to make metal walls to contain their plasma balls and shit like that shows they're not even looking at the problem the right way. They're literally trying to jam a square through a circle hole or whatever, right? Doesn't fit, doesn't work.
They decided that the hassles outweighed the benefits and shifted their plan back to good old tungsten. This is a pretty safe choice for ITER as an experimental wall, and then sprinkle a little bit of boron.
Okay, anything else? What about this?
Getting plasmas up to fusion temperature requires physicists to add large amounts of energy, both with EM fields and with neutral beam injectors. Experiments like the lithium tokamak experiment beta at the Princeton Plasma Physics Lab suggest that a little bit of lithium in the plasma may help the plasma get to the temperature more easily. Finally, the lithium can even double as a coolant and the tritium breeder if it's moved through and behind the tungsten wall. As I said,
I spoke about, there was something related to that Princeton email, that Princeton fusion whatever lab.
ITER is supposed to produce its
Somebody can look at there was some kind of news related to Princeton fusion. Anyway.
First plasma this year, but is projected to achieve its first fusion reaction in 2035.
Okay, so anyway, that's it. First fusion reaction 2035, bro. These people need a GTFO, bro. If you're out there and you're trying to do fusion and you're like, hey, we might get fusion in 10 years, what are you doing with your life? Figure it out. What's the holdup?
Yeah.
What are we paying people that they might figure it out in 10 years?
An absolute scam.
Are you kidding me?
I can't believe that right now.
This is like, we've been waiting for 70 years for fusion. How can you guys think? How can anyone out there think that cold fusion is not being suppressed? How can you think that? How can you think that fusion's not being suppressed in general? You just think that we just can't figure it out. Is that how things work? Is that we spend 70 years on them and we have no idea how they work and we just keep funding them and spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on them and claiming they don't work?
Oh man.
Because we just believe it'll work one day? Just magically out of the blue, somehow it'll just work? No one has any idea how right now, we just know it will?
Let's go there.
Does that make any sense to anybody? No, what makes sense is they know it works. They've already got it figured out. They just can't let us peasants
They're just milking that
know
shit.
how
They're
it
just
works
edging
yet.
that shit through there. Yep.
That's the
Literally
truth.
milking it.
And they being a very small number of people that if they blab, they go to an early grave and or prison. Maybe they get buried in prison.
Milking physics. Milking all of us. Okay. Imagine milking the entire race.
Let me see here.
The fuck?
I don't think we need an Edward Lynn fund. I think I don't know. We'll come to that problem when we get to it. I don't have a sharp email. So some of you guys, if you use those online things to look people up, by the way, a lot of that stuff's not very accurate, chat. So just, heads up on that. If you find my phone numbers on there, it probably won't be accurate. If you find my emails on there, probably won't be accurate. But my emails have pretty much been doxed several times. So if you really, really need to find me, it's out there somewhere if you talk to the right people. The easiest way to get a hold of me is to join the Discord and to message me on the Discord. And please don't spam me stuff. So, okay. In fact, I think we might call it there, guys. So let's just cool down and chat a little bit more about the MH370 stuff. So I'm just looking at the messages here. Because, yeah, the truth is, this is probably the closest we've ever gotten. I mean, what really woke me up was when I heard the voicemail from Larry Youngner. Because I realized that he had broken away from the law firm. And that he might actually be able to talk. He might actually be able to talk about the case. And if he's out there and listening, he really, really needs to call me up tomorrow morning. We need to talk. We need to talk about this stuff and what it means, because I'm not even sure that Larry Youngner really understands what's going on. It's very possible for you to be a lawyer in a case and not understand the implications of the videos that you saw. Like, he could know those videos are real and not really understand what that means. I mean, that's a black operation that we're seeing, and that's technology that's like magical technology in those videos. So
look at this game.
Yeah, definitely need to talk to him about everything going on in that. Otherwise, we're approaching the 11-year anniversary in a few weeks, and I do plan to talk to another investigator and put out a podcast related to it. I've got some other people lined up as well. I haven't really been sure exactly what my focus is going to be, but I think it's going to be around things that are related to MH370, missing airliners, exotic technology, black operations, things like that, military stuff. And for anyone who might criticize like who I talk to, like some people think that, well, Nick Pope worked for the government, whatever, so what? I've always said I'm going to talk to anybody and everybody. I'll even talk to the UFO people. I'll talk to Jeremy Corbell, Lou Elizondo. I don't care. Why would I not want to talk to them? So, I mean, that's how we learn. That's how we learn information. In fact, I feel like I learn more, I feel like, when I talk to people I don't agree with, rather than when I just talk to people I already agree with. But yeah, we are as close as I think we've ever been in showing the MH370 videos are real. And I think that if somebody can find the clip from Candace Owens, or one, I think I've said it multiple times, but the multiple ways that the videos can be proven real, Edward Lynn coming forward. That's what it seems like that might just happen. There's a real chance of that just happening. And if that happens, I hope people accept it, and I hope people don't go in full denial mode. I know a lot of people will, but please, like, what more can you really ask if Edward Lynn comes out and admits that he leaked the videos? Are you guys really gonna go full conspiracy and claim that, like, he's just doing it for attention or something, pretending like he leaked the videos when he didn't? Like, I can already see the excuses forming. Like, that's the end. If Edward Lynn comes out and says he admits that he leaked those videos, that's the end, man. I don't want to hear any more bullshit about how you think some photographer took some pictures and some non-existent hoaxer found them even though they didn't exist on the internet, and that you think it's CGI because you don't understand how military surveillance systems work and stuff like that. I don't want to hear any more excuses from people about it after that. And if you don't want to believe it after that, no one's going to make you believe that we've got plasma orbs and teleportation tech. No one's going to make you believe that. No one's going to make you interact with my content and what have you. You're absolutely free to live your life out, living a lie, like Cypher in the Matrix, staying blue-pilled and just pretending like the whole world is fake. You can just pretend like it's all real and live a little Disney, fake life out.
That's literally
if you want to do that, that's totally fine.
That's why I have to do this.
It's totally unacceptable.
It's insane to think about.
But yes, the lying has to stop. The lying has to stop. And just like many other people have said that I've interviewed, there are too many homeless people. There are too many people starving, struggling in this world when there's no reason for it. This ends all of that. So there's no real choice. We have to do the right thing. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I'm gonna take it easy. Let me see if we hit any of these other things. Thanks, Jacob. Appreciate your donation, man. Yeah, it's if you can use the orbs to make it about 50 degrees hotter outside, I'd really appreciate that, guys. I'd really appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to throw the Discord link in the chat. You guys have a great night. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, MH370X. Thank you for your ongoing support. The moment I have more updates related to the lawyer, I will let you know. Just keep in mind, if I do talk to the lawyer directly, there may be stuff that he does not want me to talk about publicly or on my channel and stuff like that. And if so, I will have to adhere to that, of course. So, we'll see how it goes. And once again, do not harass the lawyer. Do not harass anyone related to the family. If you do have access to Edward Lynn or anyone who has a direct connection to him, put them in touch with me, please. If you want disclosure to happen, that is the best thing that we can do. I need to get them on the record saying things that corroborate that he leaked the videos. And if we can do that, game over. Full disclosure, catastrophic disclosure, free energy technology, plasma technology for everyone. So
yeah, okay, but
thank you. Also, I just saw this.
Really?
Marcano, wow. Thank you very much for that donation. That's huge. Wow, that's a good way to end the stream. You made my night, Marcano. Thank you very much, sir. You are a hero. You are a legend. Spread the word of 0 Point Energy disclosure. Get the word out there. Let's get Edward Lynn into whatever we got to do, whistleblower protection, and let's do this thing, chat. Love you. Peace out, everybody.
Peace out, my boy.
We're going to go with...
Now let's look at this Martin Kenny flat Earth. Dude, there's something to that, dude. I'm slowly starting to believe in the firmament, dude. I'm telling you. I'm not a flat earther, but I am a firmament believer, dude. This guy cracked it. Here, dude. Look at this. This is what it really looks like, dude. This is what it really looks like. I'm telling you. Why would I believe the NASA Nazi scientists to tell me, right? This guy even goes over that. I don't know, dude. Craziest drug ever. Yeah, that was the Marvel video. Music perfection. Lady Boblin, do we watch
Forms the foundation of
Wait, is
every.
that new? They found him? Wait, what?
Malaysian 370.
Let's just jump right into it.
Dude, he was looking locked in there.
Wow. Welcome everybody to the live stream. This is an emergency live stream. You guys know who I am at this point.
Catching it in real time, basically.
Let's just jump right into it, guys.
Let's fucking jump into it, dude.
I think it's just sometimes better to show instead of to say.
True.
My name is Edward Saraya, and I'm the owner of Home Helpers Home Care of Hanover, Maryland. I started out my career in the U.S. Navy. I served in our Navy as an aviator for about 20 years. After the Navy, I worked for a corporate job. During that time, I still keep close contacts with many of my veteran friends so we can continue to support each other.
What the fuck?
Even though we're no longer together in the military service. So
what the fuck? What the fuck?
I'm not doxing anybody. This video's on the internet. How can I prevent people from finding a video that's just sitting on YouTube?
What
literally
the
says
fuck?
his name, where he's working. He's the owner of Home Helpers Home Care
What
of
the
Hanover,
fuck?
Maryland. This is on his YouTube channel. This is only from a few months ago. There's nothing you can say after watching this. This is checkmate. That's Edward Lynn.
hello, my name is Edward Saraya, and I'm the owner of Home Helpers Home Care of Hanover, Maryland. I started out my career in the U.S. Navy.
That's a picture of Edward Lynn.
Yes, it's him. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a picture of Edward
Yeah, we
Lynn
see it,
right
yeah.
there in this video that
Holy
he made this video, presumably.
Holy
That's Edward Lynn. They've
shit.
used that picture in the cases, in the news
Holy
articles about Edward Lynn.
shit.
That picture right there. That's how, once I saw that picture, I went, what?
Holy
Wait,
shit.
what? This guy we're looking at is Edward Lynn.
Holy shit.
Hello,
We're looking at him. That's Edward Lynn.
my name is
Holy
Edward Saraya,
shit.
and I'm the
You're staring at his picture. That's Edward Lynn.
Holy shit.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Holy shit.
Do you understand why we're doing a live stream?
Do you understand the level we're at, boys?
Now, let's get to the meat and the bones.
Get to it. Gotta have to turn him up a little bit.
How do you handle this situation? I
Yeah,
don't
that's what-
fucking know,
Holy
Chad. I'm a regular
shit.
guy pushed into an extraordinary situation. Every time I don't know what to do, I just say, I'm going to push the information out there publicly so people can see for themselves.
Yeah.
Okay? Because there's a lot to unpack here.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
There's a lot to unpack. There are more videos, but this video is the most telling about his state of mind and what's going on. I mean, he's just openly bragging right there about how he was in the Navy. He doesn't mention the fact that he got court-martialed and spent 6 years in prison, but I wouldn't say that on a promotional video either. The reason why I had to do this live stream right now is because people are already going to figure it out. I already saw somebody in the comments of this video on YouTube saying something about it, like how they saw this. So apparently yesterday somebody posted a link to this or something in my live stream, and I just ignored it. And then I got a $1 Cash App. And I read the Cash App. And in the message, it said to call this number. So I called this number. It's kind of silly. Why do that, right? And dude's saying like he found the guy. And I'm like, okay, whatever. Just send me the evidence. So he texts me the YouTube video, that one that you just watched right there. And I watched it and I went, holy shit.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
I said that
I
too.
went,
Actually.
that's Edward Lynn.
Yeah.
So let's just play that first part just again. I will play the full part, but I want to get people right up to speed.
What the
He's
fuck,
just out in the public and he's got his own company. This video is from like November.
What the
In fact, let me
fuck,
click on.
man?
I'm going to tell you the date. I'll probably post a link. But people are going to be able to like reverse image search it and find the video, like the video instantly. It's from 3 months ago, October 26, 2024. is when this video was published. That's when this video was published that we're watching right here.
Hello, my name is Edward Saraya, and I'm the owner of Home Helpers Home Care of Hanover, Maryland. I started out my career in the U.S. Navy. I served in our Navy as an aviator for about 20 years. After the Navy, I worked for a corporate job. During that time, I still keep close contact with many of my veteran friends so we can continue to support each other, even though we're no longer together in the military service. So one day I got a call from a friend of mine. He is a very senior military enlisted person. He retired after many years of service. For many of you Navy folks out there, you understand when I say he retired as the Master Chief. So Master Chief calls me and asking for help. He is going through recovery issues. He is trying to find some help through.
Bro, like, I am just swirling right now. Yeah, like, what the F? Yeah. You guys realize, like, why I also can't keep this secret for long, right? Like, I am reeling, guys, reeling. In 48 hours, we found his lawyer and him. And hey, for the record, I want to point this out there. I've already paid $500 just for that video, basically. And like, there's a little bit of other information, but I had most of the other information about him. So that was $500 right there. Well paid. I didn't pay the full 1,000 because I didn't get him. He didn't get me in contact. The idea is I want to like actually talk to the man. But that is big enough that was worth at least half the amount. That video is just wow. And it's not just that it's Edward Lin. It's that he's got a new name. He's working this other company, but he's also like boasting about his service and how he's still in contact with all his former people.
Like Isaiah.
It's like, wait, but didn't you like spend 6 years in prison?
He's been groomed for sure.
For like leaking something?
Whatever. Right?
Shouldn't they be like really mad at you?
Yeah.
But of course they're not mad at him. Because Edward Lin wasn't a spy.
No.
He was never a spy. No. He leaked MH370 videos. That's why he had to go to prison for 6 years. He did something stupid, not something that was a spy.
Right.
He's got to be the guy. He has got to be the guy. It's not even that I'm committed to that being the answer. The thing that scares me is that I'm scared that I'm right. The only reason why he wouldn't talk to me, like, just put everything together. There's no reason, like, why he wouldn't talk to me. Unless he's the guy that leaked the videos and that I'm right.
Yeah.
Because he can't talk about it. Or he doesn't want to. If he wasn't the guy, he should be trying to reach out to me.
Yeah, exactly.
If he's not the guy.
Exactly. Get off my case.
Like, I'm actually nervous about this situation. I want you guys to know I'm literally nervous about this situation because I can't know that I'm right. It's one of those situations. This reminds me so much of poker. It reminds me so much of poker. All my poker instincts are going off. I don't get nervous, guys. But I'm actually like nervous and jittery because I don't know what he's gonna say.
Yeah.
He could lie and say he didn't leak the videos too.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of options that could occur, and I've been thinking about them all in my head for the last couple hours since I was finished work. My poker instincts, the way that he's reacting, tells me he leaked the videos. Now, why would I, if I only reached out to him today, why would I, oh, and for the record, guys, I already called his company and left a message, left a note, emailed his email that I know is his email, like 100%. So I've already reached out to him in several different ways. And his company knows him as Edward Lin. They don't know him as Edward Sriracha. They know him as Edward Lin.
Sriracha?
Can you get that? I called up asking for the guy in the videos here, and in response, they tell me that they say it's Soraya. They say there is no Edward Soraya. They say that there's an Edward Lynn. Is that who you mean? Literally, that happened. I go, can I talk to Edward Soraya? And they're like, oh no, you mean Edward Lynn? And I'm like, yes, that's exactly who I mean.
What the fuck?
So just for the people who think that it's not him, I don't know how you can think it's not him still. But if you're one of the somehow people who still thinks is that somehow somebody faked this video and uploaded it or whatever, like, I already called the company and they already confirmed Edward. He goes by Edward Lynn. That is literally Edward Lynn. No question, no doubt. Already confirmed. So now do you guys realize why I'm having an emergency live stream?
Yeah.
I mean, how can I sit on that information? I can't sit on this information. How can I sit on this? This is the guy that can end the case if he says the right words. You guys realize this? Like, there are only a few ways to prove the videos are real, and one of them is sitting on a YouTube video talking about how he's like doing extended care for veterans now under a different name. He's got to know who I am. He's got to know who I am, right? Somebody is saying your name on major podcasts with millions of people, like usually somebody reaches out. Plus, he said in that video he's still in contact with his Navy guys. You think the Navy guys don't know I'm saying his name? I've been asking Sean Ryan and like Sam Shoemate for help. These guys know. They 100% know. Plus, keep this in mind as well. My own sources tell me that like all the intel people, whatever, Navy intel, they know who I am. Even if other people think the videos are fake, the smart people know what's going on. Jesus Christ, chat. What a world we're in, chat.
Yeah, this is
and here's the problem, is that we have debunkers that are doing live X spaces and stuff right now, and they're bragging about how they're harassing the lawyer, like to spam them. And it's like, why? The only way and reason in hell you should be doing that, even after I told you not to do that, is that you are trying to interfere with the process of the truth coming out. Just stop interfering. This is the same shit these same exact people were doing with the podcasters. The same people now trying to interfere with Edward Lynn and his lawyer, Larry Youngner, are the exact same people that were trying to interfere with Joe Rogan. The exact same people. Clip that, post it on a clip, spread it out on social media. I want the world to know the truth. This guy, the average Chris, he's a literal admitted spook. He literally works for the feds, literally in intelligence. He admitted it to Vetted in a podcast like a week ago. And he's out there trying to have people spam call Edward C. Lynn's lawyer and try to tell people that I'm going to get charges for stalking or something. I think you have to they have to interact with me first in order for anything to happen from a legal perspective. And that's literally what I'm begging for. So I'm not too worried about them. What I am worried about is these sick people that are apparently feds interfering with my life, interfering with me going on major podcasts, interfering with me talking to the literal people that would prove the videos are real. The last thing in the world anybody that's trying to achieve the truth should be doing is interfering with the thing that I'm doing right now. Anyone interfering with what I'm doing with Edward Lynn and his lawyer should be considered to be disinformation, a fed, a spook, whatever you want to call it. Nobody except for a fed or a spook is calling Edward Lynn and his lawyer, trying to convince him of what he should think about me and other shit like that. Those are the only people doing that.
What is it?
So please get your head right. If you want to talk about charges like literally defaming people and shit like that, cyber stalking them and stuff like that, like that might get you civil charges, especially if you're making literal knowing lies up about those people. That's not what I'm doing. Edward Lynn is my hero. I want to talk to the guy, and let me explain why I want to talk to him, guys. Listen up close. There's a very real chance that Edward Lynn could convince me to just stop.
What do you require?
Something convinced Edward Lynn to stop.
Right.
Someone convinced him that what he did was wrong.
Fuck. Oh, I hope that's not true, dude.
And I personally think that Edward Lynn is a hero. And I think he's a UFO whistleblower. And I think he did the right thing. And I want to know from his own words, why? Why should this not be revealed to the world? Why are we not deserving of free energy? Maybe he can convince me. Maybe he can say that, well, you know what? It's not safe enough for us right now.
Yeah.
Humans are too dumb.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Oh, yeah.
And if he says something like that to me or gives me an excuse that I can live with, then sure. Edward Lynn's probably the only person on the world right now who can influence my decision-making process. No, probably. He is the only person in the world that can influence my decision-making process. I am extremely, extremely rigid about how I let people influence my narrative. I like to come to my own decisions based on evidence. But because I believe so strongly in Edward Lynn, and I always have from the beginning, that's the reason why I really want to talk to him. And I want him to tell me why. Like, did he just freak out? Did he think it was aliens and then find out, nope, that was our biggest secret since the Manhattan Project, and maybe literally since the Manhattan Project? That we've been hiding fusion and free energy and anti-gravity stuff from the world? Sadly, I think that's the truth. I think that's the truth.
Yikes.
Okay. Guys, since some of you are getting rowdy, I am going to put the clamp down. So if I see trolling, you're going to get a... first, you're going to get a timeout, and then if you continue to troll ever again after that, it'll be a permanent ban. And permanent ban means you can never post comments in my replies or in the chats or anything like that. So, guys, just act like a normal adult, okay? This is a serious conversation, serious thing that's happening here. Okay. Now, random stuff, guys. Now, this is... Thank you for the donation, by the way. 99.9% of the time when people want to give me stuff, it's like random stuff that's completely irrelevant. Now, sometimes the people that really want to give me stuff that's actually literally important, like the stuff like Edward Lynn and his lawyer, they find ways to get it to me in general. Safest way to do it is the same thing I'm doing. Just posting it publicly on the internet. Just post it publicly in my replies. Or just say exactly what it is. No, don't do this. Please don't do this. I prefer if you do not do this. So this is what I'm talking about. Don't do this, guys. This is what I don't want people. Don't harass him or anything like that, man. If you know who he is, great. If you're a stalker, please no stalkerinos, chat. Please no stalkerinos. We don't want to freak him out or whatever. Need him to come out and talk to us. Julio, congrats, Ashton. Here's a tip towards the finder's fee or martini olives. I leave it towards your discretion. Thank you. Yeah, the difference is I'm not going to go around like literally stalking Edward Lynn. Like, you're allowed to talk about people on social media. It's a free country. It's, you know, that's a video that's publicly available. It's not like I hacked into his computer or something and stole the videos. Just literally somebody found a video of him that he posted on YouTube. That's it. That's not doxing. I just think it's crazy that he used a literal picture from his time in the Navy. You can just probably, hold on. If you just Google Edward Lynn and look at the images, one of them, yeah, the one that USNI News used is the exact same image that he used in his own YouTube video. Like, what? Look at this. Look, there it is, right there, chat. Proof.
There it is.
Crazy, man. Why am I on this one? That's the same exact image that this guy showed in the beginning.
Hanover, Maryland. I started out my career in the U.S. Navy. I served in our Navy.
Chat, it's a pixel perfect match, chat.
About 20 years.
timing matches up perfectly. I mean, we got 100% match here on this one, so there's no debunking. I think that why the debunkers are actually melting down is because, you know, they're starting to get a little bit worried. They're starting to get worried that, oh boy, what if we were wrong? What if Ashton was right and truthful the whole time? There's a lot to atone for from some of those people. Not gonna lie, some of those people went really, really all in on the videos being fake. Like, all in to the point where they were like illegal, like civilly defaming people on the internet. Not a good look, especially not if you're trying to get future employment. Yeah, pretty wild, man. The way he's so casual in these videos seems crazy. It's not what I would have expected. Yeah. Parachute pants. We did it. We got to get him on 4 Orbs interview. I mean, we're a long way from that. Let's just see if he'll like talk to me. We can have a friendship, maybe, if I'm lucky, and then we can talk about maybe he can get him on an interview. I don't know if he wanted to be found. That seems like a lot. Usually you don't change your last name when you want to be found. Usually you change your last name when you're like starting a new life over. So yeah, thank you for the donation though. Almost too perfect. I don't know. That seems that seems like a little bit of a stretch. How could you be set up by finding the guy you're looking for? If he wants to lie to me, wouldn't he be like trying to reach out to me right now? I mean, we'll see, man. I don't know. I don't know what to expect. Truth is, I have no idea what to expect in any of this. I'm along for the ride, just like you guys are.
Okay, Glasses.
I pray that Lynn is watching. I don't think I would believe...
Major developments in the MH370 case, dude. Yeah, I had to put on glasses because so I can keep up with Ashton here, dude. I mean, there's not even glass in them, you know. How are you doing, Gabe? I'm just chilling here, leveling, keeping up with everything that's going on, you know. Watching shit, chilling. Oh, I have a taco date tomorrow, dude. I grinded rivals today and didn't move. Ah, that's part of the grind, dude. As long as you think it's fun. Are the new character out? Or the new... I saw the demo for Human Torch and the thing, right? Looks pretty fucking cool, dude. I'm gonna have to start grinding. Once I fix my sleep schedule again, I'll play some more Marvel Rivals. I can feel how the itch is gonna start coming back soon. You know? How do you get out of Undercity in the correct way? Like, how do I take the sewers here and run here, right? Yeah. Let's do that. The thing looks fun. Yeah. Human Torch too. Looks like a more aggressive Iron Man sort of thing. Bro, I died. I was AFK running and alt-tabbed. And I died here in Scarlet Monastery on my level 10 rogue, so I had to make a new one. But it's all good. I'm level 11 already, so... Human Torch level basic. Okay, well, maybe. I didn't see too much, but... Are they out, or is it only in early access, or... Did you hear that they scrapped the whole team that made the game, like the Marvel Rivals, the NetEase games. They're no longer, like, the people that made the game are no longer working for the studio or something. It's like super weird. They didn't need them anymore. So I don't know. Wild, right? Like, what the fuck? Well, I don't know. Business is business. I don't know.
Believe him if he said he didn't know who I am. It seems pretty implausible. But maybe. But yeah, again, if he's watching, man, that's all I want. Like what I said, I just want to understand this.
You know what's crazy? What's going on here, Gabe? Is that they found the guy who Ashton thinks is the leaker. This guy, Edward C. Lin. He is the leaker of the MH370 videos. And he's just been chilling on the internet. He's working for some consultant company for veterans who are damaged or something. And he changed his name. But everyone, he called the company he's working for and confirmed that they call him Edward C. Lin at where he's working. So it's like, this is nuts, dude. And it just came out like a couple of minutes ago.
Thank you very much for that donation. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Victoria. Soraya refers to an important Taiwanese indigenous village protecting Japan. I think it's definitely intentional. He didn't change his name to that for no reason. He's from Taiwan as well. Of course, he liked the name. Now, I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it, but yeah. Yeah, props to that person. Thank you, my channel. Andy, so you've already called the office. Did they deny you a convo? He was supposedly out of the office, but they slipped. Like, I called twice because I called back, and then I left a message that I'm pretty sure is getting to him. So we'll go. Let's go watch the videos one more time. So thank you, Andy, and then thank you, Hey Ocean. Now there's a couple other videos that aren't that interesting that are out there as well, but I just want to show you these other ones exist as well. So there's not really like too much denying
Second
this guy.
counts when it comes to a stroke. Do you know the signs and how to respond quickly to save a life? While many people are aware of obvious signs of a stroke, most do not recognize the subtle.
It's pretty crazy. This guy does basically something really, really similar in line with what I've been doing for pretty much my whole life. Just crazy because under different circumstances. Wait, is that not playing? Oh, wait. Sorry, I put the wrong thing. I was like, why is that not playing on the live stream? Here it is. Here's the other one.
Worry about your loved one being readmitted into the hospital. Are you worried about your loved one not receiving enough care when they come home? So one of the biggest issues we've seen is when the patient leaves the hospital or being discharged from rehab center, when they get home, their level of care dropped by at least 30%. We want to ensure.
This is wild. When did he get involved in all of a sudden getting VA healthcare? He's all of a sudden doing extended care. This is, by the way, I'm not going to post it, but we had his LinkedIn profile. Yeah, I got his LinkedIn profile. I know where he worked after. I've already screenshot it. I've already internet archived all the YouTube video, the website, everything in case it vanishes. But yeah, this is pretty crazy. I mean, he's just out there. All this stuff is out in the open. Okay, a couple more. There's more donations. Yeah. Oh, second photo. His name tag says Lynn in the video. Yeah. Apparently he goes by Lynn. I mean, his email address, let's just say, it references Lynn as well. So it's him, guys. It's like no question. It's him. The real questions, now we're getting into the real questions. Do you think he'll already talk if he's done time? So this is a guy that spent 6 years in prison and got out. So he got out 2020. Got out in 2020, worked for some company for a couple years, and then started doing this. The problem is, he says in this video that, like, let's listen closely now again. Now that, or here, maybe we should, yeah, okay, no, let's do that right now. So thank you for this donation, by the way. Listen closely to the first part.
After the Navy, I worked for a corporate job. During that time, I still keep close contacts with many of my veteran friends so we can continue to support each other.
So unless he's lying right there, it's possible, but unlikely. He says, even after his time in the Navy, you mean like after you got out of prison? Because like the way his time ended in the Navy was like him going to jail for 6 years on a 9-year sentence. So he went to jail and he's still in touch with his Navy people. Now that is a very interesting clue. Why? If you didn't know this, one of the first things we did, we found Edward Lynn's Facebook page. It's now been removed off Facebook, doesn't exist anymore. And he was friends with General Flynn, which I think is pretty interesting that he's friends with a general on Facebook. Means that he was pretty connected. I think he had met General Flynn before, almost certainly. So a lot of people knew who Edward Lynn was. He was somebody who was on the up and up. And then they just kind of destroyed his life. But they kind of just spanked him. They didn't kill him. They didn't put him in prison for the rest of his life. And it seems like they convinced him what he did was wrong. And this is stuff that I've speculated. Like, I guess what I'm getting at is all the stuff that I've speculated, looking at that video, that's exactly how I would expect someone to act. He doesn't seem resentful for having spent 6 years in prison. I would be. Especially for something that I didn't feel like, if I didn't think that I did anything wrong, and if I felt like I did do something wrong, then I certainly wouldn't be saying that I'm having like these amazing relationships with all the guys that I was like, that I screwed over. This implies that he doesn't think he did anything wrong. And I that's what I've been saying about him the whole time. The person that leaked the MH370 videos didn't think what they were doing was wrong. They thought that it was aliens, or that they were just solving the mystery of an airplane that would never get solved. But then they realized, oh no. I don't know which lie, guys. Somebody out there find the clip of whichever podcaster it was. Had to be almost a year ago, where I was like, Edward Lin probably freaked out when he saw it and leaked it, and he didn't try to hurt national security. We knew he wasn't trying to hurt national security because he crops out both videos. Both videos are cropped. They're both real videos that are cropped. In the whammy video, he's cropping exactly where the window is looking. That's why he keeps changing the perspective. In the drone video, he's cropped out like the outside of it or something. So they're not trying to hurt national security. They were just trying to tell the world the truth, but they told the world a little bit too much truth. If you know what I'm saying. A little bit too much truth. So will he talk? I don't know. But here's my response. My thought was just throw it all out there and let time play it all out. Hopefully he forgives me for showing the video that's available on YouTube that anybody can find. I won't put a link in the chat to make it a little bit harder if that makes him feel better. I mean, I can't do much more. He like had the name of where he's working and everything just like front up in the middle of his video. It's all promotional content. I mean, there's not much I can do to like shield that. But again, please don't harass the guy. So what I will say is that if he is the guy that leaked the videos, he probably doesn't want to talk to me. And if he's not the guy that leaked the videos, he should be begging to talk to me. In fact, he should be the one trying to reach to me to tell me that I shouldn't be saying his name because he's not the guy that leaked these videos that are obviously leaked from some kind of spy plane that he was flying on. Right? I wanted to show the prompt I made for Gemini AI. I can ask it anything now that it says pretty wild stuff. Things about 0 point energy confirm may be useful. I appreciate it. I'm good on that. I've got a lot of people with some prompts out there, and I do think that AI can figure it out. So thank you, Random Stuff, for that $10 donation. I appreciate it. I think the AI is getting pretty close. If you feed it the right content, then AI will produce the right results. But if you feed it the wrong content, then AI is pretty garbage. I mean, I was looking through what Grok is doing, and you can tell that Grok is literally just using people's Reddit posts and stuff like that as sources. Yeah. It's crazy. Oh, there's more. Okay. If he talks, okay, this is another good one. What questions to ask him if he talks? Well, it would depend on how much he's willing to say. Like, where was he on that certain day? It doesn't matter. Like, if he talks no matter what, I just want to confirm the facts. Like, where was he? You know, were the charges related to his time with the VPU2 Wizards? You know, stuff that's going to confirm the evidence. So yeah, where was he there? Did his charges relate to that? What type of evidence was it that they put him in prison for 6 years over? Right? Things like that. And those are types of questions that there's nothing on the video, nothing related to the videos. Right? Where were you when the plane disappeared? You know, was your case related to your time with the VPU2 Wizards, which was when the plane disappeared? You know, what type of evidence was it that they put you away for? It certainly wasn't for sleeping around and talking to a prostitute. That was not why he's spending 6 years in prison. And then the other question is it true that the feds brought satellite video evidence into the case? Now that we know his lawyer said that, or supposedly, now that I'm a journalist, I would want to get that information confirmed. So for the people that are out there, those are the questions that you should be asking. It doesn't have to be me asking the questions. Anybody can ask them. Where was he when the plane disappeared? March 8th, 2014. What were the nature of the evidence and charges against him? You know, common stuff like that. Why did the Navy come down so hard on him if it wasn't a spy case? I'm going to write that one down.
What now?
Okay, more questions. So what else we got? Yeah, my mom and dad support me watching since it's not Pokemon or Snapchat. Well, you know what? That's a victory. That's a W in my book. I'm gonna thank you, my 2 cents. I appreciate that. I hope you enjoy. Mark Scott going wild again. Not even sure what's going on here. Okay, well here you go, Mark Scott. And the rest of you guys chill in the super chats for a second because I can't even keep up though. Okay, this is what's going on, Mark Scott.
Hello, my name is Edward Saraya, and I'm the owner of Home Helpers Home Care of Hanover, Maryland. I started out my career in the US Navy. I served in our Navy as an aviator for about 20 years. After the Navy, I worked for a corporate job. During that time, I still keep close contact with many of my veteran friends so we can continue to support each other, even though we're no longer together in the military service. So one day I got a call from a friend of mine. He is a very senior military enlisted person. He retired after.
So, are these people gonna kill him? Are we at that level? We might be. The more I watch that, I'm gonna watch that video like another 10 times tonight. The more I watch that, the more I have, like, I just am more and more certain that I've just nailed this whole thing. I just seem to have nailed it. Somebody's got to hit the bullseye every once in a while. You've been searching for him for months and spotlighting him, and none of his family or friends have turned on him. Good luck and thank you, bro. I do want to point out some more information. I found his sister as well. She works in government. I'm not going to say too much more about that. As long as Edward Lynn talks to me, I have no reason to ask about him to his family or ask about what happened with the case. Like, literally just talk to me, man, because this is not going away no matter what. I really like I said in the 2-minute video I made, this is a case. It's just bigger than either of us. I don't care what the circumstances were for having leaked the videos. You leak those videos, then we've got to talk about it, man. And until he talks to me and gives me a rational explanation for the questions I'm going to have, no matter what his answer is, then I'm going to go full throttle on any connection I can find that can give me insight onto the case against Edward C. Lynn. Because if it's not those videos that he leaked, then somebody needs to tell me what it is that was worthy of a 6-year sentence. The only thing I can imagine for a guy like this that seemingly was blessed, that seemingly everybody loved, that was friends with generals, that even after this fact doesn't seem to think that he did anything wrong. What could you have done that was so wrong that netted you 6 years, but still you're not considered a traitor? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you exactly what. This is what you leak. This is what you leak, that you get 6 years in prison, but nobody calls you a traitor. And the reason why they don't call you a traitor when you leak this video is because nobody believes it. The reason why you don't get called a traitor is because nobody believes it. He leaked a real video on the internet, 2 real videos on the internet, and nobody believed them because it just looked too hard to believe. Because these videos, this video being real means that anti-gravity is real, crazy plasma orbs are real, maybe AI might, like sentient AI might be real. Oh, and by the way, teleportation is real too. It's kind of a, I mean, just, it's kind of a hard pill to swallow if we're being honest with ourselves here.
Yeah.
So this just, I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Like me, but for other
it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
If he's not the guy, why does it make perfect sense? He was in the perfect position to have access to that video that nobody's ever heard of or seen before, or even knew what the hell it was before I figured out that it's whammy footage. Nobody had any clue what that was or why the screen's dark here. Like, why is the screen black right here? This is actually the video still playing right now. The video is still playing right now because it's recording a closed window. It's not, somebody didn't make a fake video and have a black window screen recording for a minute. Edward Lynn, please, brother. People are like, don't beg. Don't beg. What do you mean? Of course I'm going to beg. Please. Please just reach out to me. Like, you can be a hero. We can solve one of the biggest crimes of all time. I mean, there's some, and even if he doesn't want to reveal that, like, the United States is doing horrible dark ops, then fine, then don't. Just say the videos are real. That's all you got to say. Just say the videos are real. Don't say anything more than that. Some people will be able to find a niche where they blame aliens for what happened in the plane. Great, plausible deniability. But people deserve to know that that's what happened to MH370. There's 239 people on that plane, and the plane's getting blipped out of existence. I mean, call it whatever you want to call it, teleportation, call it, you know, cloaking or whatever. This plane's getting blipped out of existence, man. It's there, and then it's not there anymore. The plane showing up on the other side is kind of copium. I mean, and that's coming from the guy that believes it's teleportation. Whatever that is, I have literally no hope that anybody survived. So, please, man, tell the truth. This isn't about personal gain or anything. Like, I just want to live in a world where we have one true thing in this world. Everything is a fucking lie. I'm going to use my F-bomb. Everything is an effing lie, chat. And there's one true thing here that's so unbelievable that it's perfect for being true.
Yep.
And what I want to say, the last thing I'm going to mention on this stalking accusation thing, which is obviously bullshit anyway, is that I'm not a lawyer, but I'm 99% sure that there's a public interest, news interest, in the public knowing certain information, and Edward Lynn potentially being the leaker of the two most important videos in human history is clearly going to meet the bar of public interest. So if TMZ people aren't being arrested on the street for taking pictures of celebrities, then I'm certainly not going to get a stalking charge for posting publicly available YouTube videos and claiming a guy that checks every box for leaking these videos that have been on the internet in the exact same time frame that he got charged, leaked these videos. Once again, the truth is an affirmative defense. It's an affirmative defense against any bullshit that's out there. All I have to do is tell the truth. Oh, Zach Payne's in the chat. What's up, Zach Payne? How's it going, man? Yeah, we should probably chat again, too. Oh, did you think, that when I say that on Zach Payne, when I was mentioning that earlier? Yeah, I think it probably was on Zach Payne going all the way back. This is when I was mentioning earlier on the live stream where I was talking about how, like, the mindset of the leaker and stuff like that. Man, it's crazy. I think he's the guy, man. I think he's really the guy. What would he have to say? Thank you, Random Stuff, for the donation. Thank you, Zach, as well. What would he have to say to convince you to drop it? He'd probably have to convince me why, whatever they said to him, to convince him that the world's not ready for this. Because when they convinced Edward, the only reason why they're coming down on Edward Lynn for 6 years or whatever is because he leaked information that's like, could change the world if people actually knew it was real. So whatever they said to him to convince him that, only the elite rich MFers in this world deserve this technology, nobody else deserves it. Whatever they said to him to convince him that that was true, then maybe he can say that to me as well. Or if he can't, then I'll convince him that he should whistleblow. That's what I'm saying. I just want to have a conversation with him. And truthfully, I don't care what the outcome is. All I've ever wanted for like the last year and a half is to find Edward Lynn. I keep imagining the day where I will meet him and I would just cry. Because he's got to be the guy. Kidding me? And if he were ever tell me the truth, like, there would need to be a camera there because that's like the moment in the movie, like the end of the movie. The movie ends with me seeing Edward Lynn in the distance and then running up and jumping into his arms. Carry me, Edward Lynn. I'm flying. Woo! Take me to Neverland Ranch. Just kidding. But seriously, no, I would definitely cry. I would definitely cry. Okay. Yeah. Report me for doxing Lynn, guys. Guys, when you want to know who the people are who are pushing disinformation, it's usually the ones abusing the law and using the law as a weapon against people they don't like. Right? And you would see this behavior a lot on Reddit. If they don't like something you're saying, then they make up fake shit about you and try to get you banned for it. And this is why Reddit is garbage now. And this is why Twitter doesn't care when you put in fake reports like this. Twitter doesn't even care when you put in real reports, let alone putting in fake ones. So I hope these guys aren't doing that, but thank you for the donation. I don't want to give them any more attention. They're not worth it. Ether Alley. Would you believe him if he said he didn't leak the videos? Probably not. But that's more of a conversation. It's not just a, like, you know, I didn't leak those videos. Okay. Okay, what were you doing on the VPU2 Wizards then? You know, you seem to have gotten kind of a, you know, arrested after that. So, you know, what's the holdup? Like, you know, everything lines up too well for him to be the guy. So if he's not the guy, he would have to explain to me. Actually, this is a direct answer to your question, because I have thought about this question. Like, what would it take for me to be convinced he's not the guy that leaked the videos? He'd have to tell me what it is that he leaked. If it's not those videos, what is it that's available on the internet that was leaked around 10 years ago, that was such a danger that it triggered a national security alert, but somehow he's now in videos about nursing homes talking about how great his time was in the Navy and all his buddies. So tell me a story. I'm a poker player. When you play poker, you need to have a story that makes sense. What's the story that makes sense here based on the way he's been acting? It's a pretty damn bizarre situation. Pretty damn bizarre story. Once again, this is the guy now.
Many years.
This is the same guy that went to prison for 6 years. And this wasn't that long ago. He just got out like 4 years ago.
My name is Edward Saraya, and I'm the owner of Home Helpers Home Care of Hanover, Maryland. I started out my career in the U.S. Navy. I served in our Navy as an aviator for about 20 years.
That's literally Edward Lynn.
After the Navy, I worked for a corporate job. During that time, I still keep close contacts with many of my veteran friends so we can continue to support each other.
I mean, these are real pictures he's showing here. Like, the other thing, guys, is he's showing real pictures from his, these are like home pictures. There's more in here as well. Like, just, I don't want to like dox these people, but like, these are like home pictures of these guys. Like the was it Master Sergeant or whatever it was, Master Chief, that he's showing in these pictures. That must be a younger him and the guy he's talking about. Like, that's a picture of him now. And the other thing too is, like, I work with the veterans now, so watching this is like, man, this just hits me on so many levels, man. What a crazy situation, man. SE Gittins, thank you very much. I appreciate the donation, guys. Do you think you can convince nice Joe Rogan to let you on if you're able to get Lynn to admit the guys? I think if Lynn comes out and admits the videos are real, I think that people aren't going to be coming to me. They're going to be going directly to Lynn. They're going to want to hear it from Lynn. Sean Ryan's going to go to Lynn. I don't know. I don't know what'll happen in that case, man. I don't really know. Everybody wants to know who would play me in the movie. Who did we say, chat? I don't even remember. I think
I'll tell you,
I said Michael Cera, but there's like a bunch of people. That guy from The Big Bang Theory, whatever his name was. Hopefully I got all the donations there. Thank you, guys.
Or like Andrew Garfield.
Okay. Well, we're about 700 messages deep. I don't want to go too much later tonight, guys. I think that's all I needed to share. Let me just double check, make sure. So the other information that we've got, I mean, we've got everything about him. And I don't mean to say this to be in a threatening way, but like, I don't want him to feel like he has to go change his name again or some weird, crazy thing like that. But like, we found his sister. His sister works in government. found his LinkedIn page, found his history, found out where he worked after the Navy. Like, he made a new LinkedIn page. Like, it's just, man, it's all just out there. It's all just out there.
Yeah, crazy.
And now all the debunkers and the nut jobs and the feds and the spooks are going to go out there and probably try to psyop him. So this is the part where I probably just back off, because truth is this: him avoiding me only looks better for me. The more he doesn't talk to me, the more likely it is that he's the guy that leaked the videos. And if he's not the guy, he should be rushing to me. And maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe he'll like release a statement via his lawyer and be like, I leaked the videos or something. Who knows? Or maybe he'll just deny it. Am I a Fed, Ashton? No. And my name's Ashton, not Aston. Thank you, though. Am I a Fed? No. No, I work for I do work for a third-party contractor with the government, but they're also just like an independent company. Pretty large one. Do you know how to catch people stalking you? Get another stalker. It's a good joke. Okay, so we've confirmed that we found Edward Lynn. The lawyer ghosted me for 3 days straight after I left 2 messages. So I'm getting a pretty strong signal that he's afraid to talk to me, or that they're preparing what they should say, because it's a very serious situation. So I don't know. And once again, I hope that people do not harass him. I hope that people do not harass him, guys. Please do not harass Edward C. Lynn. Please do not harass his lawyer. Just let him work through the decision-making process, decide what he wants to be, what he wants to do. And hopefully we'll hear back from him. So probably going to end up sitting on this for a little bit, guys, and hoping that he reaches back out, letting the... Like, there's going to be an initial surge where a bunch of people are going to call him and try to get in touch with him or whatever. And I'll probably wait for that to die down. Here's the thing, guys. I've got the rest of my life to wait this out. Now, at the same time, I'm not going to wait around for no reason. So that's the reason why I jumped in on this. But, you know, I'm going to talk to him eventually. Now, a week from now, a year from now, 10 years from now. It doesn't matter when. It's going to happen. So why are we beating around the bush? It's just a conversation between 2 human beings. There's nothing to be afraid of, right? I actually think it's wild how afraid people are of just talking to me. People are just literally afraid, terrified of just having a human conversation with me. Afraid of having a podcast with me. I think part of the reason too is that people they don't ask me about debunks, is that a lot of people are like actually just afraid that, like, I don't know. It's wild. Anyway, I'm just a chill guy. Okay, guys. I don't think we need to play through that whole video again. I think that's it. Anything else? Oh, one more donation, looks like. Thank you for the rest of my life, Chris Daly, at $10 for spending the rest of my life building sandcastles at Diego Garcia. Yeah, you know what? If I am going out that way, it's going out in a blaze of glory, chat. We're going out in a blaze of glory. We ain't messing around. Okay, guys. Have a great night. I'm H270X. I love y'all. Stay tuned. Tomorrow, we'll flip it back over and we'll do some science stuff, unless there's another major break and I happen to talk to Edward Lynn, or, you know, he just comes out and is like, the videos are real and I leaked them. Who knows, man? This has been a wild journey. Who knows what's going to happen next? I keep thinking that we've gotten all the surprises that could possibly happen, and then just more and more surprises keep occurring. So, peace out, everyone. Love you. Yo, we're going to switch it up. We're going to go back to the old school.
It's H370 until you do some research. Don't talk to me. I'm going to find the truth while I sip this martini. Your opinion.
That's cool. Easy dog. Well, let's see if I can find this Astor guy, dude. I haven't found him yet. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out with her tomorrow, actually, or today, rather. In a like, yeah, we're gonna have tacos at my place. It's gonna be great, dude. There he is. Holy shit! Fuck that dude. Fuck that guy, dude. Fuck that guy. Nope, nope, nope. Look out, my friend. So yeah, we're gonna hang out tomorrow. The Enclave. A small streaming game. Well, it's perfect for me because I'm a streamer. I'm the definition of a small streamer, ain't I, game? It's just you and me here chilling. Do I die right now, dude? Holy shit, she's doing a lot of fucking damage. What the fuck? I'm gonna run. I'm not gonna. That's that. Nope. 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 Wait, where is the son of our? Wait, where? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Nice over there. I'm good. I'm good. Whoa, she did a lot of damage. I can probably kill her if I like kite her properly, right? Oh, okay, I thought he was. Oh. Let's see if person report. Thanks for follow. Oh, Loaded Pine. Thank you for the follow, my guy. What kind of tacos? Oh, dude, we're just gonna make some fucking the most Sweded out tacos of all time. You know, I mean, it's just. It's the classic. You know, we go with the soft bread of the tortilla, of course. We go with the tortilla, and then we just put cheese, and then we put the beef, the mixed beef and pork mix, right? And then we go with and the taco seasoning on that, and then we're gonna make a garlic sauce and sweet chili sauce, and we're gonna have tomatoes, salad, corn, cucumber. And that's it. Yeah, ground beef, yeah. or like ground beef with that is mixed with more, so like a mixed of ground beef and ground pork. It's usually what we use here. Makes it a little bit juicier, sort of. I don't know, kind of. I don't know if you can taste a big difference, but it's good stuff. Loaded Pine, thank you for the follow, dude. You just came in and dropped a follow out of the blue. I appreciate it. So that's what we're planning to do. So I'm gonna, which is great, Gabe, because I haven't cleaned my apartment yet at all. Like I have the dishes, I have all the dishes are just stacked up, just waiting to be done. I have dust everywhere. I need to vacuum, dust everything off, put everything in order. You know, really gonna scrub down the whole apartment now, because when you get a lady coming over, you gotta step it up. No, I'm not gonna go clean now, dude. It's in the middle of the night. It's 4:40 at night, so I'm gonna chill until morning. Now these are the streaming hours. These are the demon hours. This is where you go hard and hardcore. You know. That's what we're doing now. Can't interfere exactly, dude. Exactly. Nah, but I mean, usually, if it wasn't for the fact that my sleep schedule is completely fucking fried, then I would have already had it. I mean, you can see it's already nice here. Like everything here is nice. Everything is in order here. It's just the kitchen, and then just you know, literally just the dishes and some vacuuming I have to do and put things in order. So that's like, I don't know. It's not even gonna take me an hour to clean. Yeah, I might need a nap before. That's actually a good call, you know, because I did sleep. I managed to sleep from 1 to like 7 in the evening. So I got like a good 6-7 hours ish of sleep. So that's good. So I'm feeling good now, but yeah. No, it's not bad at all there, dude. Okay. This is where we are. Everything in order. I mean, there's some clothes right there. That's it. I have some clothes there. The rest is the guitar outside. Look, I live in an fucking IKEA room here, dude. What? So it's only the kitchen, and the kitchen is literally just the dishes I have to do. Yeah, I'm super excited. I haven't had a Gabe, you know, the last time I had a girl here, that was 1 week before Classic World of Warcraft came out. Right? Do you understand the level we're at? This is a sign. If there ever was a sign of that manifesting works, and that the times are shifting, and that, you know, it's time to embrace the feminine. It's time to embrace the darkness of life, and just combine it with the light. I mean, I don't know what it is, dude. The bottom of the toilet could be better. Let me tell you that, it could be better. But that's an easy fix. Like again, it's gonna take me 1 to 2 hours to clean everything up, and then I'm gonna go get the groceries for the tacos. And I'm gonna prepare a little bit. I'm gonna get some Corona with lime. She wanted that because she knows when we were out, you know, we were out on the square here the past summer, and she was there, and I was downing the Coronas, and so she requested that. I can take this. remove this now. Da da dee da dee da dee da doo. How many people are in this game? What if he's actually live right now? That would be crazy. Nope. Ah. He is not. Dude, you're so fucking fast with the fucking deletes and yeets, dude. Was it another viewbot server or whatever? Wait, can I check? Do I have a dashboard, right? Wait. Where's my dashboard? Oh yeah, this is it. Look at the insane amount of fucking look at the amount of numbers, dude. Like I mean we're just fucking popping off. Why is fake in my fucking shit? Like this ain't my first rodeo, brother. Let's go, dude. Whoa.
Isn't ready. I enough energy.
Okay, I gotta go to bed now so I can watch solo leveling before. Oh, let's go, dude. Wait, what season? Is it season 1 or 2? Or have season 2 come out? Season 2 come out. Okay, well, fuck, good. Thank you for the reminder, dude. I gotta catch that as well. Take it easy. See you next time, dude. What soon? So good. Yeah. Have you read it? I couldn't remember if you read it or not, but I've read it. So. And I liked the anime also. Watch soon. Yeah. Don't do manga. I got you. Although, to be totally correct, it's not a manga. It's a webtoon. You know, it's got colors and stuff. So it's a bit different from a manga in that way, or a mangaka, whatever they call it. They call something else when they're South Korean, right? But yeah, it's the anime is like, just watch it. It's gonna be even better for you because I know what's happening, right? So it's gonna be even cooler for you to watch. It's gonna be awesome. I'm hyped for you, my guy. Wait, why am I getting these? I don't need these. Spiders, right? I need spiders. Yeah, yeah. I guess we can do this then. I guess we do this. North tide's wrong. Fail, can you fucking get the thing? There's one more thing. Let's go. Stack it up. A370. How do I get to swim out of that thing? Swim. Oh, I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it. 100% worth. Give me. What a beautiful face to be a miner, dude. So serene. Give me. I only need this. Do I need anything else in here? No. This feels appropriate to kill these. We're level 10. We get this done. Then we go there. Try to find this fucking Aster guy. And then we go back here, I guess. And then there. And then maybe we go Barons. If I remember correctly, these guys never drop their fucking skittering blood, dude. These guys like holding on to that. Look at me first. Well, what should we watch now, boys? What should we watch now? Do I just put on Pika's stream in my stream and just stream his stream while I stream my stream so you can watch the stream while I'm streaming? The absolute level. And then... Jesus Christ, what the fuck is this muscle? Oh, shit. Luckily I got a whole bunch of fucking puts from that very nice guy earlier. Might be dead otherwise. Ah, it's the fucking poison, right? Let's just eat. We got a bunch of food. Mm.
I need to get closer. I can't do that yet. That ability isn't yet. Not ready yet.
I'm telling you, dude, they never drop their shit, these guys, dude. Well, I guess it's good in a way because it's just good to kill shit and get XP, right? I think it's okay. So how am I getting 1v1 by one level 13 spider, dude? Let me give that back. I have no greens. Whew. I'm unwillingly doing the fucking hardcore extra hardcore. You know what? I'm just gonna put that there just to have a nice bar like that, dude. There's the first one, dude. How many have I killed? Holy Jesus. Mine. Oh, I missed. Wouldn't it be faster to just join up with someone and loot each other's stuff? Oh, there's 10. Oh, fuck. Well, oh, fuck. I'm only at 19 mining, dude.
I'm out of range.
Oh, they are level 13, dude. I want to kill the level 12 instead.
Too far away. I can't do that yet. Not ready yet. I can't do that yet.
How cocked am I getting on these drops right now, dude? What the fuck? This is crazy.
I need to get closer. I'm out of range. Not ready yet. Isn't it? I don't have enough energy.
Wait, I'm already out of the... Whoa, what the fuck?
I need to get closer. Not enough energy. Isn't I don't have enough energy. I don't have a target.
Nice, come on. Wait, what? I don't want that. How the fuck am I... Can I just turn off this add-on completely, maybe? What is aerospace in Swedish? Just flyg, okay, but that's boring. It's just plane. Aerospace. And in Sweden we say flyg. It's just flyg. Hopefully det går. It's slice and dice. Where do you think? Well, I get understimulated if I don't watch anything, so this was nuts, by the way. If I can add that to that.
Let's listen on live now from Fox.
Thank you very much for being here. We have largely an energy group today. We're looking to be very energy dominant, and we will be in a very short order. These are great professionals, but before we do that, we'll be signing an executive order having to do with COVID and schools. Lindsay?
Yep. So this first executive order, it prohibits federal funding for COVID-19 mandates, vaccine mandates in schools.
Okay, and that will meaning they want to clear that up,
Yep.
the discrepancy.
So any schools that require students to be vaccinated with COVID-19 shot, then there's no more federal funding. So.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay, that solves that problem.
That's it.
Sir, will the Department of Education have to handle that?
Yes, it'll go through the Department of Education. Okay? Thanks.
Can I make one comment, Mr. President?
Yes, please.
As a father of 9, thank you. We should have parental freedom to decide what vaccines our kids take, as opposed to school systems and governors forcing upon the people that love these kids the most, which is the parents. So thank you for signing that.
Great, thank you very much. People wanted that very badly. Okay.
Okay, and here is an executive order establishing the National Energy Dominance Council. So that will be chaired by the Secretary of the Interior, Mr. Burgum, and the Vice Chair, Chris Wright. And so this will reduce costs with respect to energy, establish American independence with energy, and also unleash energy dominance.
Good, thank you. And this is a big deal. We have more energy than any other country, and now we're unleashing it, to put it nicely. And I'd like to ask Doug, you're going to be heading it up. You and Chris, would you say a few words about it, please?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Good afternoon. President Trump wisely understood that under the Biden administration, there was a war against American energy, and today that war officially has ended. President Trump on day one declared a national energy emergency, and this is a real emergency because under the Biden administration restricted the production of oil and gas. Production's still coming, but when you stop holding leases, when you take 625 million acres of land out of ocean land, out of production possibilities through an executive order, you're really restricting the balance sheet of America. But today, as President Trump said, this is unleashed. The National Energy Dominance Council will be made up, all the folks that are standing beside me here, other cabinet leaders and many more, represent President Trump's wise decision that we need a whole-of-government approach to unwind. The Biden administration had a whole-of-government approach that had the war against U.S. energy. Now we need to turn that around 180 degrees and unleash that potential. We've got to unleash it from the Gulf of America all the way up to Alaska. We have amazing resources in this country, and we haven't been getting a return on them. Many of these are under public lands. The interior has 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface minerals, critical minerals, and offshore close to 2 billion acres. And that balance sheet is the biggest balance sheet in the world, and it's been completely underutilized. Everybody knows we have 36 trillion in debt as a country, but no one knows how many hundreds of trillions of dollars of assets we have. And President Trump is asking us to go get a return on that investment for the American people. And with that, we're going to have prosperity at home with lower prices. And we're also going to have peace abroad, because the wars that we've been engaged in, or our allies have been fighting over the past few years, have been funded by the oil sales of our adversaries. So we have an opportunity, and we also are in an AI arms race with China. The only way we win that is with more electricity. And we also have an energy emergency in terms of electricity. Too much intermittent, unreliable, not enough base load. We've been shutting down the base load that we have. President Trump is going to reverse that, and it's going to allow us to win the AI arms race, which is the most important thing that we have to do relative to our future. So with that, I want to say again, thank you to President Trump, and I want to thank my fellow members of the Energy Council here. I'm going to kick it over to the Vice Chair, Chris Wright, who's the Secretary of the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Secretary Burgum. Today is truly a great day for our country today. And Secretary Burgum laid out so many of the problems the last 4 years. If you put barriers in front of energy, you make it more expensive, you make it less reliable, you make it harder to do business here, and harder for our consumers to pay their bills. With this fantastic action from our president, we now have authority across the government to lean in to fix these problems. And I'll start out with one specific right away. This morning, I signed our first LNG export license, unpausing the pause in action. The Commonwealth LNG project that'll be on the Gulf Coast in Louisiana is now officially ready to go. This will be a large construction project for American workers. It'll draw demand for more American energy production that'll be shipped overseas to our allies. Many more of those to come. We're also working aggressively to roll back standards that have made appliances more expensive for Americans, and dishwashers that take 2 hours long and don't get your dishes clean. Nobody likes that. That's about standing in the way. And with this President Trump and our new National Energy Dominance Council, there's so many things we can do to make American lives better, bring down costs, and grow opportunities. And with that, I'm going to kick it over to a fellow member of the council, our Administrator of the EPA, Lee Zeldin.
Thank you, Secretary, and honored to be serving on the Energy Dominance Council. At EPA, we're doing our part to power the great American comeback. And President Trump has made it clear that he wants EPA to be doing our job to ensure that we are unleashing energy dominance however we can help, that we are assisting in making America the AI capital of the world, that we are pursuing permitting reform, that we are helping to bring back American auto jobs. This is the mandate of the American public. The Trump mandate, it was clear, and the guidance from President Trump to me when he asked me, thankfully, for the opportunity for us to be able to serve together in partnership to unleash energy dominance. This is a moment that we must meet. To that end, it is important to note that the prior Biden-Harris EPA issued a waiver to California for tailpipe emissions. This was a rule that should have been submitted to Congress. We will submit it to Congress. Congress will have the opportunity through the Congressional Review Act to make that waiver go away. We will do everything in our part to help the American people to make life in America more affordable. The golden age of American success is upon us. If you're excited about the last 3 weeks, that was just a taste of the main event, the entree to come, the next 4 years being the greatest term in the history of the American presidency. With that, I'd like to introduce Sean Duffy.
Thank you. So, first of all, thank you for the work on dishwashers. We use more water to wash our dishes before we put them in the dishwasher.
That's right.
We're not saving water, we're using more water, so thank you for that. But I'm also joining the EPA. We've introduced our rules to start to look at the CAFE standards. So we're looking at how much it costs for end users when they put gas in their car. And the Biden era standards are costing billions of dollars in taxes and carbon credits, which drive up the cost of vehicles. And so we're going to remedy that, rectify it, and make sure we're bringing down the cost of a car, number one. Number two, if I could just mention, Mr. President, per your direction, we are going to move forward with a permitting process for the Texas Gulf Link deep water port, making sure we can move energy in and out of the country. So that was held up for 5 years. and it was stonewalled. Bureaucrats got in the way. We're now going to move forward with that, making sure we have great oil infrastructure in the country.
Great, thanks. Great
And
job.
Howard Lutnick?
Yes.
So, the nanny state, you're feeling the end of the nanny state. From straws made of paper to regulation endlessly harming Americans and holding us back. It slows down our production and manufacturing, which we were talking about with the Prime Minister of India yesterday. You're hearing that about energy dominance. It's going to go away. We're going to care about Americans. The Trump administration and this president cares about Americans, and you're going to feel it change. You're going to feel the price of energy coming down. You're going to feel prices coming down. You're going to feel an explosion. The golden age of manufacturing of America has always been there. It's just been stifled by regulation, and that time is over.
Thank you very much. Please.
Mr. President, I just want to say that you've built such an incredible team, and Secretary and Chairman Burgum, that he's been working on this his whole life. And so what I expect you to see, sir, is action as early as next week that is going to shock people about how good it is for Americans. And so thank you for your leadership, sir.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And we are also working on a project that has been under wraps for 20 years. Everybody wanted it. It's been held up by New York. It's a pipeline that will bring down the energy prices in New York and in all of New England by 50, 60, 70%. It should have been done years ago. We'll be speaking to New York, and the New York is actually the biggest beneficiary because their energy costs are very high. This will reduce them very substantially. But all of the governors want this to happen. And I think it's going to happen. It's now going to happen. It's something that's would rather not have to go eminent domain. We'll do that if we have to in New York, but hopefully we won't have to do that. This again will bring down energy prices in New England by numbers that nobody can even believe, probably 50, 60%, maybe even more than that. A lot of them don't even pay energy because they have no energy. They use logs. They go out and they cut down a tree. It's really a terrible situation. So we're going to get this done, and we can have it done once we start construction. We're looking at anywhere from 9 to 12 months, if you can believe it. It's going to go very rapidly. The other thing I'd like Doug to mention, the 635 million acres that Biden so viciously took out of our net worth. If you look at it from the standpoint of a company, you talk about net worth. They've destroyed our net worth. We're putting it back. It will be back as of this afternoon. And Doug, could you mention that? All of the millions and millions of acres that he just handed back to
yes,
nobody.
The executive order by President Biden that wiped out these trillions from our balance sheet. President Trump signed an executive order instructing me as the Secretary of Interior to unban that ban, and that's been accomplished. And so those are back on the U.S. balance sheet.
Okay.
Sorry, which one is that?
The 625 million acres of offshore that was banned from further lease sales.
Further anything.
And 625 million acres is
Right.
1/3 the size of the lower 48 that was taken off our balance sheet. It's back on there now. President Trump cares about the American people. He knows that these public lands belong to the public. They don't belong to Washington bureaucrats from the prior administration. And we're going to make sure that we get a return on investment for the American people.
The amount of money that he took off our balance sheet, if you look at it as a balance sheet, it was incalculable. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And he did that, I guess, in the last few days of the administration. He just wiped it out. 635 million acres, which if you sit down and look, it's like that's a major part of the ocean. And he just gave it away and took it away. And fortunately, it wasn't done with an act of Congress or anything. And we did it in a, I think, very abbreviated, very quick, and very legal procedure. And it's now back on our balance sheet. It's back as part of our country. What they did was so horrible. It was just a terrible thing to do, an unbelievable thing to do. Also, they mentioned dishwashers and sinks and showers and the whole thing. We're going to get rid of those restrictions. You have many places where they have water. They have so much water they don't know what to do with it. But people buy a house, they turn on the sink and water barely comes out. They take a shower, water barely comes out. And it's an unnecessary restriction. And basically, I think we're going to be going back to the Trump rule. We had it, and everybody was happy. And then these people came in and they restricted it again. So we're going back and we'll get it approved by Congress. In addition, we'll get it approved by Congress. So for 4 years, it's good, but we're going to get it permanently taken care of. And again, very environmentally friendly. But we want to be able to, when somebody turns on a sink to wash their hands or presses the button for a dishwasher, and there's barely enough water to, I mean, there's no water. And you know what they do? They press the button 10 times. They run it 10 times. So it ends up costing a lot more. So I know you're working on that. And where are we on that?
We're working closely with the Department of Energy with regards to rules that were enacted during the Biden administration. Inside of the EPA, we are overhauling the water sense standards that are there to update them for the American people, to bring down cost of living and combat inflation, and just pursue common sense.
Good. Well, we have more oil and gas than anybody else in the world. We're opening up ANWR again. As you know, we got something Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. No president was able to do it. I got it. And the first week in office, the Biden administration terminated that. ANWR is the biggest site, probably bigger than Saudi Arabia. We don't know yet, but it's of that size or bigger. And we hit gold, and I call it liquid gold, but we hit gold, and for whatever reason, they terminated it, and we were just ready to start utilizing it. This could take care of all of Asia, energy-wise, very close to Japan. In fact, Japan wants to go and be our partner in doing the pipeline going right into the ships. So they expressed tremendous interest. So did Prime Minister Modi of India. And just in closing, both Prime Minister Modi and the Prime Minister of Japan, both very good people, they said we couldn't make a deal. We couldn't get any energy. I mean, you wonder what was going on with our country. They couldn't make a deal to get any energy from the Biden administration. They just couldn't do it. There was nobody to deal with. They didn't know how to go about it. And they're very happy that we're here. But we're going to really benefit our taxpayers, and we're going to benefit our country. So I want to thank everybody for coming. This is a very big bill. This is really going to be energy dominant. We're going to be energy dominant like nobody else. And this doesn't even discuss all of the electricity that we're going to be producing for all of the AI plants. You know, they need double the electricity at least that we have right now. So you take all of our electricity that we have all over the country just for AI to do it right and to win that war, which we're leading by a lot because of what we've done over the last few weeks. We're leading by actually a lot. But if you take all of it, we have to double our electricity needs just for the AI, and that doesn't include the other technologies. So it's a real honor to sign this bill. We're going to also work on CAFE standards. Lee, you're going to be doing that and make that whole situation, bring that back into reality, and I think very quickly, having to do with cars. Thank you very much.
Did Modi cut any tariffs yesterday as part of your meeting?
No, but in 2 weeks we will have another one. Yesterday was very big. Reciprocal tariffs was very big, and I explained to the Prime Minister of India, Prime Minister Modi, very good man, his tariffs are very, very high. India's tariffs are among the highest. And I said, well, now, you know, we were very low. We were the lowest. They're just about the highest. There are others as high, but not much higher. And I said, no, from now on, what we do is what you charge us, we charge you. It's very simple. So whatever you're charging us, you can go as high as you want. Whatever you charge us, we charge you.
Did he make any pledges?
And I wouldn't say they were thrilled to hear that, but that's the way it is. Tariff, I told you, is a beautiful word. Fourth most beautiful.
Did he make any pledges about BRICS nations not undermining the dollar? You had threatened 100%
tariffs.
tariffs.
The BRICS nations, I think that's breaking up very rapidly. We said that if they're going to go and do anything to undermine the dollar, that includes China. I don't even know that they're a member of BRICS, but they had a few nations get together to try and play cute. And I said, we're going to put 100% tariff on every one of those nations. And at the mere thought of saying that, I think that's all broken up. That idea has no longer sailed. Now, that would be a terrible thing for our country. It would be bad for the world. They wanted to undermine the dollar. 6 nations got together. They want to undermine the dollar. That didn't work out too well. Not going to happen. And we're getting along with a lot of nations now, frankly. There's a lot of respect for the United States. We have regained our the respect that we should have. And but we've also done things to deserve it. I mean, we freed up our country, and you're going to see this is basically energy dominance, and it's going to be environmentally clean, environmentally wonderful, and taxes will be very reasonable based on this. We're going to make more money than anybody's ever made with energy. We have more energy than anybody else, and it's clean energy, very clean, beautiful energy. We're lucky. We have it. I call it liquid gold under our feet, and we're going to utilize it. So this is a very big bill, and I have a very talented group of people behind me. This gentleman was the #1 man in all of the oil industry. They said there's nobody like him, Chris Wright. And you know Doug actually made a tremendous fortune in technology, and he said, I'm going to run for the governorship of, he loves his state, of North Dakota. And he did, and he made it so energy powerful that I think you're more proficient in energy than technology, but what do I know? And this guy, everybody knows him, Sean. He's been, he's done a fast study on transportation, and he knows, he's learned a lot over the last few months. He's learned a lot. He's really been great. And Howard has built one of the great companies, Cantor Fitzgerald. It was wiped out, completely wiped out, other than a few people left in Europe. And he rebuilt the company into a bigger, better company. Cantor Fitzgerald is one of the most, absolutely one of the top companies on Wall Street, stocks, bonds, trading. And he took that, I mean, he literally watched the plane go into the building, go into the World Trade Center. Amazing story. That alone is an amazing story. He was delayed because his wife insisted that he finally, after years, take his child to school. So he took his child to school that one day, because normally he would have been in the building at 6 o'clock in the morning. That's that business, right? So you owe your wife a lot and your child a lot, right? But his wife insisted that he take his child to school. For 5 years, he didn't do it. He was horrible. What kind of a father was he? Okay, I'll do it. And he was therefore driving down at 8:43, whatever the time was, down the West Side Highway, and he saw the plane go into the side of the building. He said, wow. And he occupied the top 3 floors of the World Trade Center, of the one building of the World Trade Center. And you know what happened there? He lost 100% of the people in that, his whole company was there. And he rebuilt his company step by step over years and became bigger and stronger. And he gave a tremendous amount of the profit to the families of the people that died, which he didn't have to do. And now he's working with us. He did an incredible job. I mean, anybody in that world, they know Howard Lutnick very well, and I'm honored to have him running commerce. He's going to be incredible. He loves the country. And Lee was a great lawyer, a great congressman, very successful person, both as a lawyer and as a congressman, and knows a lot about the environment, cares about the environment. And we were lucky that I was very happy that you joined. And he was with me right from the beginning, always was with me, and I've always been with him. And Kevin Hassett, we know everybody knows Kevin. And he's fantastic. And you and Lindsay, you and your team are incredible. The job you've done, we really appreciate it. Thank Will. And the job you guys are doing is really fantastic. We're knocking this out. Brian, do you have a question?
I actually do. What kind of piqued my interest is growing up on the Texas Gulf Coast, natural gas, the LNG that you mentioned.
Yeah.
What's the potential for like new jobs or growth in that area? I mean, that part of the country, Southwest Louisiana, Southeast Texas, they depend on that.
Oh, I would say that potential is simply tremendous. You know, 20 years ago, the United States was the biggest importer of natural gas in the world. And we had natural gas prices 2 or 3 times higher than they are today. But with shale revolution and great entrepreneurs in Texas and Louisiana and across our great country, we are now today the largest net exporter of natural gas in the world. And so much of the world is depending upon natural gas is the fastest growing energy source, has been for 50 years. We were the driver of that, and then we paused. We stopped our ability to grow natural gas exports. Both the Japanese government and Indian government expressed great distress about that. They're going to count on energy imports from the U.S., and we may just change our mind. So I think they're thrilled to see the actions of this president say America's open for business. Yes, we have the energy, we have the people, we have huge job opportunities and investment opportunities, not just in the oil and gas industry, but all those surrounding communities that are lifted up by that more production here. And as we produce more production at scale, not only does it allow us to export, but it becomes more efficient, and it helps us drive down the cost for our domestic consumers as well.
Yeah, I know they're really happy because this lets you talk. Thank you. 'Cause I grew up in that area.
Thank you, Brian. And I will say this, that this all started 8 years ago when I got elected. We were doing this, not to the extent that we're doing it now, but we were doing this, and we became #1 in oil and gas by far. And we were #3, even #4, some would say. When I left, we were #1 by a lot. And then they pulled way back, and the prices started going through the roof. And then they went back to my plan, but by that time, the prices had already gone up, so they really disrupted it. But now we're going to take it to a new level. It's going to be amazing. And we're also, it's very powerful, clean coal. We have more coal than anybody. This is good, beautiful, clean coal. And if you notice, China's opening up a coal plant a month. Germany is now opening up a coal plant every 2 months. Very powerful. It's probably the most powerful source of energy in terms of generation of electricity and other things. And we're going to utilize our good, clean, beautiful coal and oil and gas. We have more than anybody of everything, and we're going to take advantage of it. And I appreciate everybody being here.
Mr. President, on the energy,
please.
Can I ask you, sir, about what's happening in Munich? Senator Roger Wicker shepherded Defense Secretary Hegseth through his confirmation. He got him through that process, and then he had some tough words for him overseas. He said it was a rookie mistake for Secretary Hegseth to outline what would or would not happen as far as Ukraine's membership in NATO goes. And then
I haven't heard that. I mean, Roger's a very good friend of mine, and Peter's obviously, he's been doing a great job.
Did you know
I haven't heard. Let me look at. You tell me something. I have not heard about.
The question I had is, were you aware of what Secretary Hegseth was going to say in his speech at NATO?
Generally speaking, yeah. Generally speaking, I was. So I'll speak to Roger. I'll speak to Pete. I'll find out.
Mr. President,
The Energy Dominance Council, that is for all forms of energy? Does that include wind and solar?
All forms of energy, yep.
And the pipeline you mentioned, sir, is that Constitution pipeline in New York?
Yes.
Can you, is that the
I
project?
believe so, right? Yeah, that's what it is. And, you know, they've been trying to get it for 20 years. And what it means is for New York, upstate New York, and even everywhere in New York, also other states, but in particular New England, that New England will now, I think, will cut the energy prices, and big cuts in New York too, but cut the energy prices literally in half. We have the permits. We have permits that just about everything we need, a New York permit, and I would imagine they'd want to do it because their energy prices will come down so far. And it's a lot of jobs for New York. It's a great thing for New York. Everybody wants it. We'll be meeting with the various governors, Governor of New York, and the other governors too. And we can have it built in about 9 months, and let's say 1 year, but we can actually have it built in pretty close to 9 months. It's all set. We have most of the permits, almost all of the permits.
And on just, you're prioritizing energy dominance today. You've also prioritized trade balance. The oil industry is a little worried about the steel tariffs. I mean, they put 20,000 feet steel in the ground at a well. How will you balance that? Is there a possibility?
You're talking about steel and aluminum.
Indeed, steel tariffs.
So the steel, I saved the steel industry in my first term by putting on tariffs because China was dumping massive amounts of steel. Others also, but mostly China. And I put very substantial, we took in $600 billion worth of tariffs from China. No other president's taken up, literally haven't gotten 10 cents from China, not 10 cents. And hundreds of billions of dollars came in from China. And they understood it. They understood what I did. But the dumping stopped. And had I not done that, you wouldn't have one steel mill, I think I can say, not one steel mill operating in this country. And we need steel. We need steel. I mean, there are some things you have to have, and steel is one of them for military, et cetera. So I think steel is going to be very strong. It's going to be very strong. I think it'll go back to being really powerful. We saved it. I mean, we were talking about U.S. Steel last week. U.S. Steel would have been closed, totally closed. We saved it. And now it's going to become, I think, very, very profitable. The tariffs are going to save a lot of industries.
Mr. President, U.S. Steel, can I just follow up on U.S. Steel just
go
very
ahead,
quickly,
finish
sir? If the Japanese company that's interested in U.S. Steel wants to take a minority stake as opposed to full ownership, is
A
that
minority stake I wouldn't mind greatly, but what they're doing right now is they're going to be investors, and they're going to be investing in, I think, debt and various other things. But we didn't want to let U.S. Steel go to a foreign company. U.S. Steel was the greatest company in the world for a period of 15 years. It was, it was the big deal 80 years ago or so. And psychologically, we can't even think about letting that happen. But what is going to happen, and we've already seen it, you see it in the stock price, with the tariffs, U.S. Steel is going to be a real powerhouse again.
Mr. President, if I could just follow up on Jackie's question about Munich. Vice President Vance's speech to the conference has ruffled quite a few feathers in Europe.
What did he say to ruffle them? I don't know.
He was talking about the freedom of speech and migration in Europe. Do you believe that European leaders have a fundamentally different view of the world than this administration's?
Well, I heard his speech, and I tell you, you're talking about JD's speech, right?
Yes, sir.
I heard his speech, and he talked about freedom of speech, and I think it's true in Europe. It's losing. They're losing their wonderful right of freedom of speech. I see it. I mean, I thought he made a very good speech, actually, a very brilliant speech. Yeah. Europe has to be careful. And he talked about immigration. And Europe has a big immigration problem. Just take a look at what's happened with crime. Take a look at what's happening in various parts of Europe. I thought his speech was very well received, actually. I've heard very good remarks.
And in regards to Ukraine as well, yesterday you mentioned that you thought Ukraine's NATO aspirations were one of the main reasons that the war broke out. Who do you blame for the war, Ukraine or Russia?
Well, I think this. I think that there were a lot of people to blame. All I can say is very simply, if I were president, that war would never have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? The Middle East wouldn't be all blown up, and October 7th wouldn't have happened either. Those two areas, you wouldn't have inflation, you wouldn't have October 7th, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine fighting. None of those things would have happened if I were president.
So to follow up on
Mr. President?
Earlier this week.
Yeah, please.
You mentioned auto tariffs the other day.
Yeah.
When do you plan to unroll?
Howard, I'd say over the next sometime, or maybe around April 2nd. I would have done them on April 1st. Believe it or not, I'm a little superstitious. No, literally, we had it planned for April 1st. I said, let's make it April 2nd. You know how much money that costs? That costs a lot of money just that one day, but we're going to do it on April 2nd, I think. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
The lead prosecutor in Eric Adams' case resigned today, saying anyone who didn't press forward would be a coward. What's your reaction to that and to the overall implication that politics were at play here?
Well, I don't know about it. I mean, obviously, I'm not involved in that. But I would say this, that if they had a problem, and these are mostly people from the previous administration, you understand, so they weren't going to be there anyway. They were going to all be gone or dismissed. If not, they know on Tuesday they're all being dismissed. The whole country is being, because what you do is you come in and you put new people in. So when you say resign, they're going to be gone anyway. But I know nothing about the individual case. I know that they didn't feel it was much of a case. They also felt that it was unfair with the election. Look, I would know that better than anybody because I was weaponized more than any human being in the history probably of the world. And I won the election in a landslide, winning all 7 swing states, winning the popular vote and everything else, because the people got it. It was weaponized, and I was weaponized literally weeks before the election. But I think there's also something to be said. I read that. There's something to be said for what they were doing. It looked to me to be very political. But why didn't they bring this up like 4 or 5 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, whenever it happened? They just sat around and didn't complain. Then all of a sudden they complain, and they know they're all being dismissed anyway. So, that's the way it is. That's called politics, I guess. Yeah, please.
Earlier this week, you predicted that all hell would break loose if Hamas didn't hand over all of their hostages. What do you expect to happen tomorrow in terms of
I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow at 12 o'clock. It was up to me. I'd take a very hard stance. I can't tell you what Israel's going to do. But I watched the last people come out, and I looked at a before and an after picture. One guy was a big, strong, healthy guy. Could say he was a little bit overweight. He's not overweight anymore. He looks like He just came out of the Holocaust. It looks like a Holocaust picture. I've looked at him for a long time, and they've been treated very badly. A young lady came out last week, her hand was blown off. I mean, literally, her hand was trying to stop a bullet that was headed for her face. She put up her hand. She goes like this and wiped out her fingers and a lot of her hand. No, I would take a different stance, but it depends. Look, it depends what Bibi's going to do. It depends what Israel's going to do. But and now I understand they've totally changed. Hamas has totally changed. They want to release hostages now again. But you have to see, this started by them saying, we're not going to release the hostages as we said we were. I said, good. You have till 12 o'clock on Saturday, which is tomorrow at 12 o'clock, to do it. And we didn't hear anything. Then all of a sudden, 2 days ago, they said, no, we've decided we're going to release the hostages. So, but I actually think they should release all of the hostages. Remember, they're probably as bad as they looked. I mean, I don't like to say that, but they looked real bad 4 days ago, 5 days ago when I saw them. And the young ladies that came out were treated really badly. You don't know what happened, but I do. They were treated really badly. But as bad as they look, the ones that follow probably will look a lot worse. I think they're sending out their most healthy. And they've been hit hard on that, Hamas. So they probably didn't want to release. But they obviously, they changed their mind. I said 12 o'clock tomorrow, and all of a sudden, 2 days ago, yesterday, they said they're going back to releasing. But this all started by them saying, we are not going to release any more hostages. And then yesterday, they said they are going to release the hostages. But I think they should release all of the hostages.
About 75,000 workers took this deferred resignation. It's a little bit short of the 5 to 10% goal you were hoping to hit. Do you think you'll have to make up the rest of that number in layoffs?
No, look, that's 75,000 more than we would have had. And nobody knows what that final number is, because in the end, I think a lot of people aren't going to show up to work. A lot of people, they got used to staying home and quote, working. But, you know, I wonder if they had other jobs or other things. You know, they have a lot of problems with that. No, 75,000 is a lot of people. And we paid them well. You know, we gave them a lot of months of severance pay, if you call it that. But no, I think you'll probably have some more, too, in addition. It's a big, tremendous saving for our country. We want to downsize government, but make it better. Run it better, but downsize. Yeah, please.
So can I ask about the UK? I understand that you had a phone call with Keir Starmer yesterday.
I did. I just signed a letter to him. He asked for a meeting, and I agreed to the meeting. We're going to have a friendly meeting. Very good. We have a lot of good things going on. But he asked to come and see me, and I just accepted his asking.
Do you have a date for that, sir? And what do you hope to
Very soon. I think he wants to come next week or the week after.
And what do you hope to discuss?
I don't know. It was his request, not mine. But, you know, I've met him twice already. We get along very well. He's a very nice guy. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, and that was the extended playback there inside of the Oval Office. President Trump taking questions as he normally does in these settings, and taking questions on Gaza and this deadline for Hamas. That is 12 p.m. tomorrow to hand over the hostages. And he says he doesn't know what Israel will do if that deadline passes and the hostages aren't turned over. So, again, we will bring you always the very latest here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take a 2-minute break right now. Stay right here with us.
Live picture outside of former Illinois governor and former convicted felon Rod Blagojevich's home there. This is a live picture. He's supposed to...
Tell me if you think this was built from humans. Was it built for humans or not? What are you saying,
One of the chambers still has a ceiling plug. The only way you can do that is crawling down on your hands and knees. Look at that.
Look at
that.
that.
You can see where it's cast directly on top of each other. One
that,
section on top of another section. If you look at the left-hand side of the inside of the door frame, you can see where the hinge went. Now, I bet my bottom dollar where that grass is growing out, there is a cavity where the hinge of the door sat. So the door swung inwards like they always do. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. Look at it. Look at him. Looks like a reptilian head, no?
Wait, what? What the fuck? Bro, what, can I jump down there? We try. Yeah, completely fine.
But I digress. I digress.
He literally thinks that this would not be.
No? Where the hinge of the door sat, so the door swung inwards like they always do. It's phenomenal. It's absolutely phenomenal. Look at it. Look at
What do you
him.
think? Is that a marking of a grey
Looks
alien?
like a reptilian
tiny
head, no?
human?
But I digress. I digress. It's just not making sense to me. The stairs.
Yeah, well, like there's no. He thinks this was not built for humans, dude. That's fucked up.
To the ratio
Sea people,
to
squid people, Hollow Earth people.
I can only imagine like non-humans living in this area. And again, it says it's been quarried back in the day. Like, why would you quarry this? Look at it. It's clearly a site of importance. The only reason you quarry it is to hide something, really. Look. So I don't know what these little circle holes are in the middle. So these are meant to be two like headrests. But again, to the size of the head, to the portion of the area of the body, it don't make no sense. And again, you can see it's just been cast directly on top of each other. Directly on top. And all these little lines, these might be ancient tool marks where they was like getting rid of it or dismantling it. Or it could just be imprints from the geopolymer. But I believe it's where they just mashed it up. 100% mashed up. Let's have a look at these little buried underneath the whole of this town. About like you'd be sleeping at an angle. And what are the little holes next to them? It seems to me like these little bed rests like have been added at a later date, just to make it seem like they're catacombs. You know, look, they laid to rest here. This is where they put their head. Because some of them have got, or I'll shed some light on a topic that's not really spoke about that much. So please, guys.
It was CIA forever. That it was Jay.
You have letters.
They doubled him.
How did ancient people cut and move these gigantic stones? There's not one mistake in any of these sites that we see. They're perfect. It's mind-boggling.
Independent explorer and researcher of ancient history and lost civilizations.
Matt LaCroix. I would caution anybody, if they want to understand the Anunnaki Anuna, it describes them as being what is called the second mind of God. I believe they literally left behind the clues, like a scavenger hunt, for us to find our way back to where we started.
Exploring ancient mysteries to document through his renowned novels.
The inside of the pyramids do not look like tombs, but that's the narrative that is pushed.
I think that there's definitely extraterrestrial life all throughout the universe, without a doubt. And I believe that those ruins are going to shift our entire understanding of lost civilizations in ancient history.
What do you think is one of the biggest myths, one of the biggest lies?
Oh, well, I mean, first of all,
Matthew, thank you very much for coming on the podcast. I'm excited for this. This is the type of topic that I like going deep into, and I feel like I don't really get the opportunity to talk about it much. I believe I've done one episode with Dr. Greer where we kind of dabbled in some of these topics, but today we'll be going into a lot of different rabbit holes, I'm sure.
It's nice to meet you, Mike. It's good to be here to chat with you. Yeah, my love is ancient mysteries and lost civilizations. And so I know Greer does a lot more with like UFOs and things like secret government technology and things, but we can go a little bit of a different direction and talk about some of these enigmas of the ancient world.
Mm-hmm. Since when did you get into all of this? Is it from a very young age?
Yeah, I've been doing this for a long time now. It was a passion that developed within me from a younger age, but really became significant when I worked remotely back in my late 20s and into early 30s. I worked remotely at home for over 10 years, and one of the things that I started getting into was uncovering and exploring a lot of ancient mysteries through even just like audiobooks and listening to audio, because it was something that I was fascinated about, and I had one of the rare opportunities in life where someone gets a lot of time. I think that's something that's underestimated, is just having a lot of time and quiet and focus to be able to really explore something that you're very passionate about in different topics and become a bit of a, if you can, the best expert you can, and then be able to share and discuss and uncover those mysteries of the world. And so it started from a very primitive means of just being incredibly fascinated. And now it's grown to having leading a huge documentary with top experts from around the world, geologists and archaeologists, sacred geometry experts and architects and underwater dive experts, to go and explore and investigate these eastern Turkey areas around Lake Van, and also Peru and Bolivia, and the connections around the world with what I believe is a lost civilization, like Graham Hancock talks about.
Mm-hmm. Did he mention any of these specific places in his series?
Yeah, when he visited in Ancient Apocalypse, season 1 and season 2, he goes to places like Saskatchewan and different areas in Peru, and he doesn't go at all though to Eastern Turkey. I don't think he's ever been there. These sites around Lake Van, it's funny because you mentioned Turkey and people are like, oh, Göbekli Tepe or Karahan Tepe, but this is hundreds of miles east of that, and a lot of these sites are actually far newer, which is why most people have not heard of them yet. I'm going to give you an example. One of the sites called Korzut, I was very lucky on one of my trips in 2024 to go and visit that site, which is literally active right now. They just uncovered an ancient temple at the top of a beautiful mountain that overlooks this vast valley over Lake Van, and they just uncovered this whole set of ruins and megalithic, beautiful stonework, highly precisely carved, and we got a chance to go in and see it as they're uncovering it within the last year. So these are the most brand new kids on the block in the archaeological world, and I think they're going to really shake things up.
How does something like this work? Because I don't know who discovered it exactly, but once it is discovered, do the authorities get involved and then start to kind of manage everything and say who can and who can't be excavating?
I guess the way that we can look at this is that a lot of ancient sites around the world have turned into tourist sites, right? So they've been around a long time, and they're not being, if there's an area that's being excavated, which there's a recent excavation being done at Chichen Itza in Mexico, but they like block off a little area and tourists can still sort of do their thing. It's not really that controlled in that way where people can kind of do what they want still. These sites in Eastern Turkey are completely different. They're not tourist sites. Many of them are still private. I feel very lucky to know many of the archaeologists that are involved in those projects, and one of them has actually joined the team. And so we have had a chance to get access to private sites in places that the world hasn't seen yet that are just absolutely spectacular. I mean, the stonework, the level of quality and mystery behind how they created them, and the symbols and the teachings that are woven into them and left behind are just fascinating because of how they connect around the world. And so I feel very, very blessed to be involved in such important works related to ancient history and uncovering these mysteries.
Have they put a date on when the stonework was put together?
Yes.
How old are these sites?
Well, and this is one of the issues that we're dealing with, that we deal with a lot of ancient sites around the world. There is a paradigm that exists that is taught in schools, and it's still in history books. It's this mainstream perspective that actually hasn't budged in hundreds and hundreds of years, and longer than that even, of this established narrative of history, right? It says that history started with the emergence of the Sumerians 6,000 years ago in the Fertile Crescent of Mesopotamia, and everything that exists that's not hunter-gatherers, right, is all within that time period of the last 6,000 years. That's the narrative that we're taught. So anything that's older than 6,000 years was a primitive, hunter-gatherer civilization that there was no civilizations that had emerged. They were just groups that were moving around, hunter-gatherers. But that entire philosophy is greatly changing and I guess eroding, we'll call it right now. It's this old type of model of us looking back and saying, well, who were we in the past? What is our story in the past? What have we done? How do we view ourselves? How do we view our reality? And I think that lens has really constrained, actually, us for really understanding the vital components of our past and who we are and who we once were. And so I say that because I am basically premising for the fact that these sites, whether or not they're Peru, with being credited with being the Inca, who were only around for 300 years, we're crediting with building some of the most spectacular giant megalithic sites in the world. Like I was just in Napa Glacia, this beautifully carved granite protrusion that has like laser cut edges out of extremely hard stone, that the Inca did not possess those types of tools to even do that. And that's the same thing we see in Egypt with the dynastic Egyptians, the great pyramids never having tombs ever found and being credited with being built by the Egyptians. The same story is here in Turkey, in Eastern Turkey, with a culture called the Urartu or Urartians, which were around about 2800 BC, so about 3,000 years ago, which are being credited with building so many of these ancient sites that I'm dealing with, whether or not it's Ionis that I showed you before, and we can take a look at that, or Kef Kalesi, or the underwater ruins, or I just mentioned Korzut and Kayaladir and Azvrinatepe. There's a whole host of these sites that have this mysterious base stonework with very primitive mud brick on top. But the problem is that archaeologists are crediting that primitive culture that was built right on top of them as being the ones that built the structures underneath. But it doesn't make any sense with conventional thinking of the tools that the Urartians had available, which were Bronze Age tools, to be able to cut a stone that is on the Mohs hardness scale. Like, so if you have the softest, like gypsum or something, or mica, would be on the Mohs hardness scale, which basically goes from 1 to 10, 10 being diamond, and 1 being like a very hot, very soft type of stone. These stones that they were talking about, basalt and andesite, are 7 to 8 often on the Mohs hardness scale, and they baffle our minds for how an Iron Age culture could have cut unbelievably precise cuts and these teachings and motifs into these stones, some of which cross over the barrier of where the joints connect. So like if you were using a chisel, right, in Iron Age tools, and you're chiseling through, if you have 2 blocks that have been fitted together perfectly, how do you seamlessly create something that passes between them? I guess maybe we could bring up that image and I could show you an example of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So let's pull up the image from, this is called Ionis Kalesi, and in this location you can see how where the fitting stones come together, there are symbols that have been seamlessly like laser carved between blocks. So if you were putting stones together, huge stones, fitting them together perfectly, and then you went back and you carved in these like laser cut symbols, how would you seamlessly go between blocks with chisels? It's like impossible. Not only that, but if you were creating all of these, and of course, we're showing that right now, that image, if you were creating all of these symbols, you would make a mistake at some point. It would like, oh, I messed this side up. Oops, better start over or something. There's not one mistake in any of these sites that we see. They're perfect. And it's mind-boggling. I think it's completely over the heads of people to even understand how these were created. And that's why I think what we're looking at is a massive paradigm shift of understanding ancient civilizations and this notion that if something is old, it's primitive. And that is what I think has really held us back for so long.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any idea what tool they could be using to do something like that? Do you think they may be using like vibrations or frequencies or something?
That's actually a great question. So I call it the sister site because I showed you before. We'll pull up examples, and right now we can talk about is this huge T-pillar that's at a place called Chavus Tepe around Lake Vaughan. It's, I have pictures with it. It's like over 3 feet long. It's a multi-ton symbol that has this T shape with these 3 levels within it. That exact shape, or nearly identical, is also seen across the world in Bolivia at a place called Pumapunku. And when we look at the 2 sites, you see direct parallels, even though they're across the world, and they shouldn't have any connections. Because that's what we're told in history, is that those civilizations developed at different times. They had no maritime capability. There was no way that they could overlap. And yet, they have direct parallels in nearly everything they did. Now, the reason I bring that up is that in Pumapunku, it's had a lot more time. It's been around a lot longer, and they've had engineers that have been brought to Pumapunku with various experts, and they've done entire dissertations and papers and talking about this. But they went there, and the stone is the same kind of hardness, the same very similar stone as we see around Lake Vaughan, and they have looked at these cuts that are sharp enough to still cut your finger with these blocks and these shapes, and they've determined that it'd be nearly impossible with even modern day hand tools today. Some of these stonemasons have looked at that and said, we couldn't replicate this. We would have to use some kind of like a laser technology or some kind of electrical saw or something that has capabilities that are almost machine-like an ancient machine-like cuts. And that's really what we see around the world, even in Egypt. You see these saw cuts on some of these huge blocks that is bizarre and mysterious, and drill holes that are perfect. It seems as though these ancient people had some form of technology that we don't know or understand today. It definitely wasn't chisels. It's something beyond that, and there's speculation that it could have even been related to maybe even plasma in some ways, the sun. We don't know though.
I have to ask you, how have you not yet been to Egypt and the pyramids?
I'm working on visiting as many places as I can around the world. Egypt is literally the next one on my list to get to them because I've been studying those locations for decades. And one of the direct connections we have with Lake Vaughan is actually the Osirion in Abydos, Egypt, with the flower of life symbols there. And so I'll be there as soon as possible to explore it. But there's a lot of important ancient sites around the world. There's still places like Baalbek, Lebanon I haven't been to, and the Yangshan Quarry in China, and the Imperial Palace of Japan, and there's so many ancient lost civilization kind of technology and structures that are on the base levels that need to be investigated.
What was yes, that's it, Baalbek. There's a huge stone, isn't there?
Yeah, like Baalbek, Lebanon has. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm trying to find it now. I remember I've seen some images of people standing right next to that stone.
There's a stone in Baalbek, Lebanon called the Trilithon, and it weighs 1,200 tons, and it's the second largest megalithic stone in the world. And we have no concept for how they cut or moved it. And so it's complete mystery, just like a lot of these other sites. With this, first of all, we don't know what kind of tech they use to cut these stones, because similar to Baalbek, Lebanon, if you go to Egypt,
what if it's all fucking geopolymer?
In other parts of the world, like Peru too, a lot of these huge stones, like for instance Ollantaytambo, you can see this as well. There's still stones in areas that were cut out that are remaining, and like the unfinished obelisk and others in Aswan, Egypt, that you can see these very strange scoop patterns on the structures that weren't finished. Some kind of a technology they used to scoop out the host rock from the quarries before they were going to shape and cut it. But what kind of technology could scoop out of granite? It's one of the hardest stones on earth. It's an 8 on the Mohs hardness scale. How could you do that So again, like the things that are left from these ancient civilizations boggle the mind if you understand geology and stonemasonry and some of the things that have been left over.
Yeah, I think when you go see the pyramids in person, you'll be very impressed. I mean, the only downside about the pyramids itself is Cairo's not the best place to visit, in my opinion. It's a little bit all over the place. It's hectic. It's crazy, and then you've got like these amazing pyramids just on the outskirts of it, and it seems to be quite strange in the sense that I feel like there's not much activity going on in terms of the exploration and digging for more, I don't know, like more things, because it seems as though there's a lot more that's not on show. Now, I don't know if that's got something to do with, what's his name, Zahi Hawass, and, you know...
Zahi Hawass, he's in charge of Egyptian antiquities,
Yeah. So I don't know like what he's permitting and not permitting, but it feels as though like that site in particular, it's just been milked for tourists and making as much money as possible. What I've noticed as well was, because I have been looking around and looking inside, in comparison to when I was in Luxor, when in Luxor you go to the Valley of the Kings and you go down into the tombs and you actually see like what the tombs should look like with all these paintings and drawings that are thousands of years old. The inside of the pyramids, in my opinion, do not look like tombs. Like it
they're
just
not.
Seems very
They're
clear
not tombs. Yeah.
But that's the narrative that is pushed, and so many people that question that and go against it have just faced scrutiny for suggesting that, oh no, they're not tombs.
And that's exactly what we're looking at, is a paradigm shift of information. The pyramids of Egypt, the Great Pyramids, the three, have characteristics of everything that we're talking about with advanced sophistication that is beyond anything that dynastic Egyptians were capable of. Like the first thing, let's think about the Great Pyramid for a second. It's 2.5 million stone blocks that average between 3 and 10 tons each. Now you have a limestone outer casing, but the center of the Great Pyramid, shafts that are up in the King's Chamber that are over 100 feet above the valley floor, have granite blocks built in seamlessly and perfectly cut into walls and above ceilings that are, 10, 15, 20 tons or more. And it would be impossible with ramps and lever systems and all these things to try to explain how those were put into place and how they were put there. But when you study those pyramids and you look into the history of it, we're told, for instance, that Khufu built the Great Pyramid, and it was to house his tomb, right? Well, there's never been a tomb or any pharaohs or evidence of pharaohs in any of the three pyramids ever in history. It's wild to think that we're actually told that that's what their purpose was, even though those things have never been found, and there's not even any evidence that those ever existed. You brought up another key point a second ago called the Valley of the Kings. The Valley of the Kings is where literally all or most dynastic Egyptians in Egypt were buried. So you walk down and you see their tombs. Exactly, that's where they were buried. That they were buried there and not the pyramids. There's not one piece of writing that's genuine that's ever been found in any of the pyramids associating them with Khufu and other dynastic rulers that were there. There's not one. The whole story around the Khufu cartouche in the Great Pyramid has a lot of evidence to support that it was a forgery from the 1800s that was done by archaeologists in there, and that there's never been the name Khufu. It was like it was created for some kind of an agenda of history to help us to explain why they were built. So if someone says, wait a minute, so the pyramids aren't tombs, then what was their purpose? You open up this huge can of worms for trying to understand why they were done, when they were done, how they were built. So if someone just says, oh, well, they're tombs, and then the conversation's over. Then like, okay, so they're just tombs. The rest of it doesn't really matter as much. And that's really the purpose of I think, them doing that. And you brought up also like areas in Egypt that haven't really been explored. That's a really big problem right now. One of the individuals that's part of exploring these mysteries in the documentary is famous geologist Dr. Robert Schoch, and he has been involved in sonar readings and looking underneath the ground in Egypt, looking down and seeing underground subterranean areas.
The LiDAR technology.
Yeah, LiDAR technology and sonar technology. And what they've found is that underneath the Great Sphinx, there are multiple entrances to subterranean areas. And actually under one of the paws of the Sphinx, there is a large subterranean opening that has been found using that technology back in like the late 90s, which was never investigated, because the story around it is that when they found that and it made the news everywhere about these subterranean tunnels and areas under the Sphinx, the Egyptian authorities and archaeologists, some of the ones that were involved in that, not all archaeologists are involved in that, but the groups that were primarily involved, like Zahi Hawass, what they did was they went to the area where that was supposed to be, but they deliberately drilled away from it to show that there was nothing below it, rather than doing it right where it was supposed to be. And then they say, see, there's nothing here. It was a very tricky thing that was done. And then subsequently they boarded up the area around the Sphinx, and now it's like a conversation that can't even be really had in the academic world anymore.
Yeah, I have a feeling they found something which is not going to be fitting with the narrative which they're pushing.
No, it's true.
But it's a shame though, because it's so frustrating. It's like it's not fair to be hiding things like that from the general public just because you don't like what you found.
I think that's happened a lot more than a lot of people want to take credit for. I've seen evidence from the 1964 era that a lot of these sites around Lake Vaughan, the same thing happened there. That they were things were hidden, things were moved and put in different places. There certainly seems to be some aspects of a covering up of our true history, and I think it's pretty obvious why. I mean, if we learned that there's a lost chapter of our civilization that reached great heights globally, like a lost golden age, where they built all of these things, the advanced things, if we were to learn that, how would that change our perspective about who we are and who we used to be? Because right now we're under the model that we come from a primitive time period, and that where we are now is the most sophisticated, and we've never been anything more than that. And yet here we have evidence to show that this civilization achieved things that we didn't achieve. We have not achieved now. And I mean that in a way where we have a lot of tech, right? And we're super digital and techy, but we don't have a lot of the knowledge that seems to be incorporated into their structures. Like, for instance, how did they lift the trilithon at Baalbek, Lebanon, that weighs 1,200 tons? Okay, a ton is 2,000 pounds. So how is that even possible from an ancient civilization? And give you an example of that is when we look at those blocks and we look at modern day cranes today, not even like people all trying to lift it, it would be impossible. But if we look at modern day cranes, some of these blocks would be difficult to impossible to lift in modern day cranes. There's a site in China, actually, called the Yangshan Quarry, but it's not really a quarry. That name is kind of silly. In Yangshan, they have the largest megalithic stones in the world that were being incorporated in different structures. One of them is 16,000 tons. 16,000 tons. And you can see how they were trying to move it. They have grooves cut into the bottom of it that they were taking it out of the host rock, and they were going to move it over into the other part of it. But what's really interesting is, just like the Yangshan, and just like we see in Egypt with the Aswan Quarry, you have around the world, in Easter Island, Baalbek, Lebanon. We're going to bring up all those locations for a second. So Yangshan, ancient Aswan Quarry in Egypt, Easter Island with the Moai, and in Baalbek, Lebanon, you have the largest single stones that had ever been being taken out to be incorporated into structures ever in history. All at the same time, or seemingly, those stones were abandoned, and the work was abandoned right in the middle of it. And again, like I mentioned, in Easter Island, one of the moai that was being taken out of the quarry was 3 times the size of any other moai statue on Easter Island. 3 times, but it was abandoned. The Egyptian obelisk was the largest obelisk in the world. It was abandoned before it came out. Just like in Yangshan and in Baalbek, Lebanon, all of these colossal projects were being undertaken at what seemed like the height of the sophistication of these civilizations globally. And then all of a sudden the work mysteriously stopped and they disappeared from history. And that's where you get into discussing, well, is this from massive climatic and cosmic events during like the Younger Dryas, the last ice age, 12,000 years ago? Did it wipe everyone off around the world? That's what I truly believe, studying climatic data and geologic data and ice core data, is that these civilizations succumb to disasters globally that we have never seen in modern human history.
Mm-hmm. So something like an asteroid impact so big that not only was the impact destructive, but then you've got the aftermath of it creating an ice age, but very, very rapidly.
We have 2 hypotheses that are being explored. The first hypothesis is, and there's a lot of people that support this, and like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson are exploring the idea of an impact. So like you said, some kind of a meteor or comet hitting the Earth and creating disarray and the climate all collapsing and all these different events. And then the other camp, and the one that I subscribe to the most, which is Robert Schoch has spent a lot of time in uncovering in his latest book, Forgotten Civilization, and others, is that it was some kind of a massive solar event. So huge amount of energy that comes out of the sun that then weakens the magnetosphere of the Earth and creates huge tectonic movements and tsunamis and all these different things. Those 2 areas are what is being investigated because, like you said, you just mentioned the Ice Age. Right at the end of the last Ice Age, so it's the time period of going from into the Holocene, what we find is this very, very serious set of evidence disaster indicators that come from that time period when the Earth lost enormous amounts of species around the planet, especially in the northern hemisphere and parts of the southern hemisphere, in conjunction with these events around the world that are believed to be related to the disappearance of these lost civilizations at the same time.
So I guess, I mean, if we're talking 11,000 years or more, you've got to think, like, how much of the Earth's just dirt or whatever has maybe just been buried on top of it. And like, I always think to myself, whenever I see things which have been discovered, I just think about how much has yet to be discovered, because it's all covered up, and it might even be covered up for, 10s, 20s, 30s of meters.
Yeah, we even find evidence that some of the later civilizations may have actually deliberately buried some of the sites to preserve them. And that's what we're seeing at some of the sites in eastern Turkey, is that they were the Urartu culture, the Urartians, even though they didn't originally, I don't believe, build the lower structures, they had incorporated them into castles and other things during their time period. What we're finding evidence of is that they, along with places like Göbekli Tepe and others, may have been deliberately buried with enormous amounts of sediment because of the need to protect them, and that the time that they were in was volatile, and that they felt that they had to be preserved for another time period, like time capsules. But you also mentioned the areas that are buried from that disasters of that time period as well. Absolutely. I mean, if we look at, I'll give you an example, the Moai. We were just talking about the Moai at Easter Island. Have you seen where they show excavations way down into the bottom of the Moai, and you see that really what you're seeing is just their heads sticking out?
Yeah.
what really is that their entire bodies are under the dirt too. Think about how deep that is. You're looking at over 20 feet in some areas of sediment that is accumulated over the bodies of the Moai. And we have to imagine, if we're being told that those were built by the Rapa Nui only a few thousand years ago, then how would you be able to explain the enormous amount of sediment that is filled in over time? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't align at all with what we're told.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen those images of the Sphinx when it was literally just discovered? Like you could
Like covered
only
in
see
sand, right?
the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Is that, and that's just within the period of the dynastic Egyptians up until the 1800s when they went and take pictures. Imagine that. Think about that. That's only a few thousand years. Now imagine how much would accumulate over something like 5 to 10,000 years on some of these locations. Compared to that, that's relatively recent, and like you said, it still was covered up to its neck in sand.
Yeah. Do you believe that the Sphinx originally had the head of a lion?
I do. There's the way you can tell. It's a lot of people think that it's speculation, but really, if you were to look at the proportions, so if you look at the body of the Sphinx, and you look at the proportions of the head to the body, it doesn't make sense. It's very offset. The head is way too small for the proportions of the body. And if you look at all the ancient Egyptian knowledge about the connections with star connections, like Sirius and Orion, and also the most important one being Leo, the constellation Leo was represented as a lion, and it was considered to be a guardian, and that's exactly what all the ancient stories tell us. Especially if you go to like Hermetic knowledge, talks about how there was subterranean areas underneath the Sphinx that were part of this ancient library that existed down there, and that the Sphinx was created to be a guardian of these subterranean libraries in the ancient world. And then what happened was, much like we see in other places, the dynastic Egyptians came and found the remnants of an ancient civilization that was long gone. And they built on top of it and incorporated put their own hieroglyphics into a lot of the stone. But more importantly, what they did is they recarved certain things. And one of them, primarily being the Great Sphinx, they recarved it as a pharaoh's head, which is actually enormously disrespectful if you were to think about how it was a lion and it was a very sacred structure to represent a guardian. And then you turn it into a pharaoh. To me, you're showing a complete disrespect for what that ancient civilization revered in the past, and you're trying to impose your own belief systems and supremeness on those sites. And I think they crossed a lot of lines when they did that, and it's probably no wonder that they disappeared the way that they did.
Yeah, that makes sense. I've never thought about it that way. That it's actually quite a disrespectful thing to do. It's like just graffitiing
and we shouldn't
over
underestimate
someone
that.
else's. Yeah. Is there any particular site that you are most fascinated by? One which you just really wish you had the answers to?
Yeah, I'll bring up another one because we just talked about Ionis a few minutes ago, and that is what led me into all of this. I started my own company called Ionis Legacy based on that site, because I believe that site will help shape our entire new understanding of ancient history. But I want to talk about another site that's associated with it, and that is that in 2017, there was a diver named Tossin Salin who is joined the documentary now. So he's a famous videographer, filmmaker who dives underwater in a lot of oceans around the world, like the Red Sea and the Mediterranean, and does underwater photography. But he was diving in Lake Van, and he accidentally discovered underwater megalithic ruins under Lake Van. And I believe that those ruins are going to shift, in conjunction with things like Ionis, are going to shift our entire understanding of ancient lost civilizations and ancient history. The reason is that they are found at a depth of 75 feet underwater. And we can go up and we'll pull up an image right now of the underwater ruins of Lake Vaughan, and it is absolutely spectacular. There's nowhere in the world you can see underwater ruins this deep and having this kind of advanced technology that was used. Let me give you an example. If you look at other areas off of Greece and our even submerged areas like off of India and others, you see a lot of mud brick structures and other things that are underwater. And off of Egypt, there are steles and things that are pretty impressive, but not entire temples or structures that are with large megalithic stones. And that's important because
I'm having a look at it now. It looks absolutely crazy.
Yeah, that was found by Tossin Salen. So Tossin ended up joining the team because we're going to be diving down to film these underwater sites for the world to see. Because let me give you an example. Think about it. They're found at 75 feet underwater in Lake Vaughan. 75 feet. That means that if whoever built those structures that we're exploring, which I've been calling the Ararat civilization, they had to have built these things when the lake was 80 to 100 feet lower than it is today. 80 to 100 feet. Now, the problem is that creates a really big issue with the Urartian time period, because you can look at climatic data from 3,000 years ago. All we have to do is go to Greenland ice cores, which you get a 20,000 year snapshot. Go right to 3,000 years in the chart. You look, you see there's little volatility in the climate to explain fluctuations in lake levels during that. Except the problem is that when you look at the time period of the last ice age, moving into the Holocene, you see that there was upheaval all over the earth, volcanoes going off, and all of these very destructive things that happened. Now, this is what I discovered, and I think subsequently will really play a significant part in evidence that we can finally have to help shift this narrative, because you can't date stone. So what are you left with? You're left with, if something's been buried, you can date organic matter in some cases, but you're limited in a lot of your abilities to date things. Well, this gives us a very unique opportunity, because you learn that there is a huge volcano right next to Lake Vaughan that erupted right during the last Younger Dryas, 12,000 years ago. During the same time period, we see these upheavals. Now, Lake Vaughan is the only lake in the world that is a large lake that has no outlet. So it's what's called an alkaline soda lake. It has a high amount of salts because it has no outlet. So rivers come in and they can't go out. And so it means that a lake like that would have remained very similar in its levels because it has no outlet river. Okay? This is what's wild, though, is that you find out through very well established scientific data that Mount Nemrut exploded during the time period of the Younger Dryas. So we have data that's very, very well established that when it erupted, it blocked off the only outlet river that used to exit Lake Vaughan, called the Murat River, in the southwest part of the lake. Now think about it for a minute, Mike. If you have underwater ruins that are found at 75 feet underwater, meaning that the lake had to have been 80 to 100 feet lower for that civilization to want to build all these structures near the shoreline. How would the lake fluctuate 80 to 100 feet? That is way beyond droughts and changes in rainfall. That's something where that's like a geologic event that can cause that lake to raise so much in its levels. Now imagine you have an ancient lake that has a river that exits for thousands of years, if not, hundreds of thousands of years, and it's maintaining certain lake level. Now, like a bathtub, Mike, what happens if you plug up the only outlet to that lake? That's how you can account for 80 to 100 feet rise, is there's no outlet. It's really like the best analogy is like a bathtub, right? So if you have a bathtub going and you have the drain open, but it's still filling up, and it'll remain a certain level because you're losing a certain amount of water, but you're still gaining it, right? But what happens if you plug up that bathtub? That whole bathtub is going to flood, right? That is exactly what we have. A very unique situation is that during the time period that emerged out of the last ice age into the Holocene, during the time of the Younger Dryas, we have data that shows that Mount Nemrut exploded and buried over the outlet river of the Meerut River, sealing the lake to have no outlet, which gives us data for the first time, scientific data to show that these ruins were built before that volcanic eruption because of how deep they are. And so it's very exciting, the areas that we're exploring right now that I think are going to shake everything up for our understanding of ancient history.
Is that theory getting much pushback from anyone, or is that generally being accepted?
It's brand new. I have just been unveiling that within the last month or two, and it's going to be a big focus of my new book that I'm in the middle of writing right now called The Missing Key of History, as well as the documentary that we're going down and exploring and investigating these sites, is that we're going to be unveiling this piece of evidence for the world to show, look, we have what may be the best piece of evidence yet, besides the water erosion weathering around the Sphinx that Robert Schoch spearheaded, to show that we have evidence to potentially strongly support that the civilization that built the underwater ruins under Lake Vaughn, and many of the others that have the same designs that are from a much earlier time period in history that is in fact well over double the age when human civilization is supposed to have existed.
We'll get back to the podcast in a second, but first of all, I want to say a massive shout out to Bionic. I have been using their supplements for the past 4 years. I never knew what supplements I needed to take. I'd always go into the pharmacy and buy a load of random bottles and end up popping pills all day, every day, not having a clue if I was consuming the vitamins which I should be consuming at all. But Bionic came to save the day. They are a tailor-made supplement company that will put together your own specific formula based on your activity, your gender. I have Bionic Pro, where I get the blood test done every 3 to 4 months, and based on that blood test, I get my own personalized formula. For those people who don't want to do a blood test or don't have access to that, then you can go with Bionic Go, where you just have to fill in a short questionnaire, and based on that questionnaire, you will get your tailored supplements with a surprisingly high degree of accuracy. So stop the guesswork, sign up to Bionic, and ensure that you remove those deficiencies and build up your immune system.
Yeah.
With the retention,
when you go and explore some of these sites, particularly the ones that's underwater, I imagine since it's underwater, it makes things a whole lot more complicated, and you got to get a team that have experience of diving to those depths, and also at the same time have an ability to film and document what it is that they're seeing. Is that quite a complex task?
Yes, we're supposed to film last year, and due to the complex nature, like you just brought up, and the need to make sure securing all permits and all things necessary, we got a lot of delays, which was not a bad thing because it enabled us to do more scouting trips, more investigations. We ended up having a lot of new team members come in that weren't part of it before. Like Tossin Salen is a great example. The new archaeologist that's joined the team, Omer Tanyurek, he's one of the head archaeologists at Kef Kalesi, which is right above these underwater ruins and is in another important site. And they have joined the team, and we have dive experts and camera experts that are now involved that give us the ability to dive down to be able to capture those. And I will be coordinating that entire thing as part of our investigations with team members. We have like 9 team members that are exploring from every aspect that we can. We have 2 archaeologists that are exploring this. We have geologists, we have architect experts, we have polymath experts, we have biblical experts, we have experts, ancient civilization experts like me that are looking at these and saying, let's take all the evidence and make this as scientific as possible. and not put in speculation, but put in hypothesis with direct evidence to see if we can help shift this narrative to understanding that, look, it's time to look at lost ancient civilizations around the world completely differently. We need to separate foundations that are giant stones that are highly precisely carved with the primitive work on top, and start to think, have the mindset of saying, look, these were not created by the same civilization. They were recycled and reused by a different civilization, but that doesn't mean they're the ones who built it. If Mike goes into a statue somewhere and spray paints his name on it, and then it ends up kind of getting lost and then found 1,000 years later, did Mike build that just because he has his name on it? No.
Yeah.
He didn't. He actually had nothing to do with the building of that structure. So we want to be really careful to label those things. And I think that a good example for that point is that in a lot of these sites around Lake Vaughan, there is cuneiform writing written into some of the blocks that establishes that certain Urartian kings were part of those structures and may have built them. But the problem, just like we see in Egypt, is that, for instance, the Egyptians, the pre-dynastic Egyptians that built the pyramids and the Sphinx, they left not one single writing anywhere. So hieroglyphics came from the dynastic Egyptians. They didn't exist in pre-dynastic Egypt. So it means all writings in Egypt came from another culture. So it's the same thing that I believed happened around Lake Vaughan, is that all the cuneiform was written in by a later culture to take credit for older structures that they did not build.
So I'm getting the impression that Turkey and Eastern Turkey is your favorite spot, an area of interest.
It is so fascinating to me. I come from a background of spending a lot of my life not only studying ancient civilizations around the world and megalithic stuff, but cuneiform writings from Mesopotamia. So I specialize in like the Sumerians, Akkadians, and Assyrians and Babylonians through tablets throughout the ancient world that tell us stories of our past. And they're the oldest stories in the world. And we know that because the way that cuneiform is, it's like wedges basically embedded into clay and stone. It's the only way you can have a message survive the test of time. So paper lasts 500 to 1,000 years in the best conditions possible. What else do you have to be able to leave a message behind? If you wanted to write down something that civilizations 5,000 years later could be able to read and understand, there's no other way you could do it other than cuneiform-like writing, because it's embedded itself into something. So it's not on a surface level, because that gets eroded, right? So you embed writing into a stone or clay, and you can preserve it for enormous amounts of time. It's actually very ingenious. And we don't even do that today. In most cases, we have some stone that has writing in it. But for the most cases, our information would just, and who we are would just poof, disappear over time. But I say that because all of those ancient writings talk about a lineage of a time period that was in deep antiquity that landed, and you probably know that story as the Noah mythos story, that landed in Mount Ararat region of eastern Turkey. Well, that story does not come from the Hebrews and Christians. That was an adopted story that comes, it's well established thousands of years later from the ancient Sumerians, Akkadians, and Assyrians. And they are the ones who originally wrote those stories. And the figure in that is named Zayasudra or Untupishtim, depending on the culture. And he was a great sage and a king of the city of Shuruppak. And it's described how he was very important because of his bloodline and who he was connected through and through his ancestral heritage, and that he was warned of a great catastrophes coming, and he had to build some kind of a craft to survive with his family, and that they truly did land in the Mount Ararat region. Right now, I'm investigating an ancient tablet and spending a lot of time writing about, called the Babylonian Map of the World, and it is the oldest world map that it's ever been made, that exists today. And on that world map, it depicts the location of where the Noah characters, Ayasudra landed